Welcome everyone to the remote commission meeting of November 8th, 2021 here at the Port of Olympia. The port is working diligently to address the threat posed by COVID-19 to Thurston County, the state of Washington, and the United States. On March 16, 2020, the commission adopted resolution 2020-03 authorizing certain emergency powers in light of the COVID-19 outbreak, including invoking applicable emergency exemptions to meeting notice requirements and location restrictions of the Open Public Meetings Act. Pursuant to that resolution, the Port of Olympia Commission is conducting today's meeting remotely. The Port is following the guidance from the Thurston County Health Department to take all efforts to prevent the spread of this virus and is acting in the interest of the safety and welfare of the public and our employees to limit its spread. I'd also like to mention that the commission did hold an executive session this afternoon, commencing at 4:30 p.m. and ending at 4:53 p.m. to discuss labor negotiations in accordance with RCW 42.30-140, paragraph 4, subparagraph A. At this time, Sam, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly, if you'll join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sam. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. I like to make a motion to amend the agenda as follows. I'd like to amend the agenda by moving action calendar item 1, joint resolution 2021-08, intent to collaborate with Thurston County on increase of commissioners. I'd like to move that to the advisory calendar. And my rationale is that I think there needs to be more discussion about the content of the resolution of intent. I don't think we're ready for a vote. So do I have a second for that amendment agenda?
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Zita.
I also would like to move.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Zita. I got to vote on this first.
Okay,
All in favor
that's great.
of,
Yep, that's good.
All in favor of moving that action calendar item 1, joint resolution 2021-08, intent to collaborate with Thurston County on increase of commissioners to the advisory calendar. Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Will that be number 4 on the advisory calendar?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Commissioner Zita.
Thanks for that recommendation, Commissioner Downing. I think that's wise. We do need more discussion. Similarly, we need more discussion on action item H2, the Panatone New Market Industrial Campus Development Agreement. This is currently scheduled for action tonight. However, we have yet to discuss this development agreement in advisory. We have seen earlier drafts. We have not seen this draft. This draft was not available in the minutes we were provided with until just a couple days ago. And what we are provided with is not as complete as what Tumwater is providing its counsel with. They are having a discussion tomorrow, so we need more information and we need more discussion. Therefore, I move that we move action item H2 to the advisory calendar.
So it's been moved to move action calendar item 2, New Market Industrial Campus Development Agreement and Interlocal Agreement, to the advisory calendar. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails for lack of a second.
In that case, I move to table that action item altogether. We have had great public outcry. There is great public concern that we have incomplete information to make a decision tonight. Neither the commission nor the public has been fully informed about the particulars of this agreement. And we have, as you will see, if you read Tumwater's more complete information for their meeting tomorrow, they dispute our financial estimates, our estimates of financial benefit. Therefore, we should table this tonight and revisit it when we have more complete information.
So it's been moved to table action calendar 2, Newmarket Industrial Campus Development Agreement and Interlocal Agreement. Is there a second? Amendment fails for lack of a second.
Roll call vote on both of those.
So do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended tonight?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Like to get a roll call vote on that. And then we have an agenda, so we can move on from that item. Next is Executive Director Report, our own Sam Gibney.
Thank you, Commissioner. We can pull the PowerPoint up. And you can go to the first slide. It's our birthday. On November 7th, the Port of Olympia celebrated its 99th anniversary. On November 7th, 1922, the citizens of Thurston County voted to establish the publicly owned Port of Olympia, recognizing the benefits of a port for the local economy. This obviously means that next year we will be 100. So we're already got planning underway for that celebrations. Next slide. So we've been very busy at Swantown Boatworks, and I'm happy to announce that the Boatworks is at 94% capacity with winter storage fully booked for this year. So they've been incredibly busy down there, and my hat's off to all the staff. It is a tough job in normal days, but a particularly even tougher job in November. So kudos to the Swantown Boatworks staff. Next slide. Yet more good news. I'm pleased to announce that the Port of Olympia has met benchmarks on the stormwater treatment facility for 12 consecutive quarters. I want to give appreciation and thanks to Port staff members Barb Tope, Paul Mickelson, Frank Boss, Dwayne Trammer, Dan Musser, and Conley Booth for their expertise and contributions to ensuring we continue to meet benchmarks each quarter. Next slide. The Port is hiring for a Marina office coordinator. Application deadline is November 18th at 11:59 p.m. Qualified candidates can find more information in the application at portolympia.com. Next slide. And the voting is open to vote for Swantown Marina and Boatworks as the best marina in the South Sound for the 3rd year in a row. Voting closes on January 14th. You can visit southsoundmagazine.com to place your vote. The best marina category can be found in the business and services section. Next slide. With Veterans Day only a few days away, I'd like to recognize all veterans, but especially our Port of Olympia Commission and staff who have proudly served our country. Thank you so much for your service. Top row from left to right, we have Frank Boss, Marine Terminal Facilities Maintenance, U.S. Army. Tim Salee, Facilities Maintenance Technician, U.S. Army. Rudy Rudolph, Airport and Operations Director, U.S. Navy. Bottom row, Bill McGregor, Commissioner, U.S. Coast Guard. Lynn Fosher, Marine Terminal Director. I think it's U.S. Merchant Marine, actually. And Alicia Alvarez, Senior Facilities Maintenance Manager, U.S. Army.
Love that slide. Thank you.
Next slide. And as always, we have several ways for the public to engage with us. Here are some easy ways to contact us, give us feedback, or request a conversation. And that's it for this evening.
Sam, would you like to comment on our vaccine adherence? Do you have information on employees vaccinated and so forth?
Certainly, I will. As of the commission passed a resolution requiring that all port employees be vaccinated as of October 31st. As of November 1st, we had one granted exemption, and 100% of the remaining of our staff that had received at least their first dose of the vaccine. So we do anticipate everyone will be considered fully vaccinated, including the 2 weeks that is required for the dosages to take full effect by the end of this month.
Excellent. Thank you, Sam, for that report. Commissioner Zeta.
I need to join from another computer, so I'm just going to ask Shayla to promote me to panelist in a minute.
Thank you. We'll talk slow.
Thank you.
Everyone, we'll just take a
Recording in progress.
intermission until Zeta's able to get back.
In this interlude, Commissioner McGregor, if you can confirm for me that Lynn served in the Merchant Marine.
That should be correct.
Yes, thank you. My notes said differently, but I was quick on my feet.
Yeah.
I have to say that all in all, Zoom has been a wonderful way for us to continue doing business over the pandemic period.
Mhm.
I want to correct myself. It's the Naval Reserves. He served in the
Naval Reserve, so it was, so
yes.
did, my apologies, Mr. Fosher. They had you listed as US Navy, and thank you for that correction.
Well, thank you. And Commissioner Zeta, we chatted until you came back. I see you're back. If you don't mind, we'll go ahead to the litigation report. Our own Felicia. Felicia, do you have a litigation report?
Good evening, Commissioner. I do not have a litigation update this evening.
Thanks, Felicia. That's good news. Next, we have public comment, and I'd like to tell the public at this time, or inform the public, I should say, that we have different points in the meeting where we give public comment. General public comment at this time. Then on the action other calendar, public comment on the action other item. And then on the advisory calendar, which will have our public hearing on the budget tonight, there'll be another chance for public comment. So you have a choice of when you'd like to speak, but at this time, does anybody like to give public comment? I did have 4 names jotted down, but I wasn't sure at what point in the meeting those folks wanted to talk. So I'm going to go over here to attendees. I see one hand up.
Point of order, Commissioner Downing.
Yes, Commissioner Zeta.
Just to clarify, when Commissioner Downing says you have a choice of when to speak, that doesn't mean you only get to speak once. You can speak at multiple points.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeta, for that correction. You're exactly right. So would anybody like to give public comment at this time? I don't see any hands up at the moment. Oh, I do see a hand. A second, I'm sorry. Looks like Tim Leadingham would like to speak, followed by Carla Wolfsberg. Tim, are you on?
The hand went down.
Okay. In that case, Ms. Wolfsberg, are you on and would you like to give comment?
Yes, I would. I'm Carla Wolfsberg, and I'm addressing my comments to Commissioners Downing and McGregor. I just want to say that I am really appalled and I'm disappointed in your unwillingness to move that item from the action calendar, that's H2 New Market Industrial Campus Development Agreement and Interlocal Agreement to the advisory so that the public is able to comment on the changes. This is not due process. It's not a democratic process. And I expect as elected officials that you too would follow the rules and encourage input from the public. We are your constituents. You need to take this item and you need to give the public an opportunity to review it and to make comments. And there is no place for you to vote on this tonight without our having done so. That is clearly not following due process. And I hope that you would revise your agenda and think carefully about what you're doing. It is not serving the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfsberg, for your comments. Next, we have Charlotte Persons. Charlotte?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm Charlotte Persons and I live at 903 Glass Avenue, Northeast Olympia. I'm speaking for Black Hills Audubon Society on the new draft interlocal agreement for the New Market Industrial Campus. First, we would like to protest the lack of advisory notice on this ILA. We had very little time to evaluate this new ILA with its many completely new elements. Our comments tonight are new information that we could not include in our written comments submitted just 7 hours ago. Second, we asked you not to sign the ILA before a SEPA or EIS study is completed on the entire New Market Industrial Campus. As you're probably aware, the ILA for West Bay Yards is being appealed on that basis. It'd be wise to avoid similar litigation. Third, among the changes to the ILA is the new requirement that stormwater be managed using underground injection controls or UICs. New Class 5 UICs must meet the standard of non-endangerment in WAC 173.200 that requires stormwater to be cleaned to drinking water standards before it is injected. Unfortunately, we learned last year during permitting that the Puget West warehouse, now called Costco, at 93rd and I-5, that regulations for individual building projects do not require monitoring of the effectiveness of the UIC system. Therefore, including required monitoring in the ILA may be the only way to protect the public. Finally, our written comments recommend a stormwater path analysis in the entire New Market Industrial Campus to avoid negative cumulative effects of adding warehouses and pavement. Well-documented flooding events in the area could be worsened by adding more impervious surfaces and could overwhelm stormwater systems and pollute the underlying aquifers. In these oral comments, we would like to add that both UIC wells and City of Tumwater wells within the New Market Industrial Campus could also be polluted during these flooding events. We recommend that you delay signing the ILA until completion of a SEPA or EIS study, or at the least a stormwater path analysis of the entire New Market Industrial Campus. Also, the ILA should include a phrase that states the Port of Olympia or the developer will monitor the UIC's effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Persons. Next, we have Mr. Tim Leadingham. Tim, are you on? You might be muted, Tim.
Okay, I finally saw the prompt.
Great, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that people need to speak up because apparently you don't really want to discuss this issue of the, I guess it's called the New Market proposal of Panettone. That's what I call it. Using sketchy information because the public hasn't been informed and neither has the commission about this, the impact of this on climate change. I use countywide figures and found that if it is 192 acres of forest, which is what I was told by someone, it would emit 32,000 tons of carbon dioxide. It would also we would also lose the sequestration of carbon dioxide amounting to 13,900 tons over 29 years to 2050. The reason I say that is that just in your last meeting, you endorsed the Thurston County Climate Mitigation Plan. And with this kind of impact, you're going backwards. These impacts are about over 8,000 car years of emissions. So what I'm saying is you need to get this kind of information and consider it because you've made a commitment to climate mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leadingham. Next, we have, I see Janet Witt has her hand up. Janet, would you like to speak? Janet, can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Go ahead, Ms. Witt.
Janet, you might be muted. Are you with us? Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Witt, but we can't get your public comment. If for some reason, can you hear me now? Okay, well, anybody else like to give public comment at this time? Maybe Ms. Witt will be able to chime in. I see Mr. Langens with his hand up. Mr. Langens, would you like to give public comment? Mr. Langens or Ms. Witt? Is the problem on our end, Shayla, or would that be with the folks? Okay, try one more. I see Sue Danver has her hand up, but I see the mute signal on your line there. Sue, would you like to unmute and give public comment?
Hi.
Gotcha.
Jan just called me and she can't unmute and she does want to testify. So she wanted to testify early, so I don't know why she doesn't have it. She has written it out and is sending it to me. So I guess I could say it, but I haven't received it yet. And now I've lost the page where I can do anything. I don't see you. And I don't have choices. And it happened earlier. So I don't know what's going on.
Thank you for that information.
I will look to see if her statement is here. Are you there now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Sue
Okay.
Danver, but not.
Okay,
not.
I will read it to you. Can I do that? And for Jan?
That'd be excellent. That'd be excellent.
Okay. regarding page 61 of the meeting agenda, there are two references to exhibit blank to the ground lease. Just a second, I have to move something. I am wondering where is the blank exhibit? Where is the ground lease that is referred to in this document? I do not understand how you can vote on something that you have not even seen in its entirety. If perchance the words ground lease refer to the lease option that was signed last year, then the wording is incorrect and the document certainly should not be approved, because the terms ground lease and lease option have different legal implications as pertains to SEPA. Lease options might not subject to SEPA review, according to a recent unpublished Court of Appeals ruling. However, leases are subject to the SEPA review. Per WAC 197.11.784, a government action subject to SEPA includes an agency decision to lease publicly owned land. None of the Panattoni development buildings, warehouses, etc. could happen were it not for a lease. It appears to me in all of the recent confusing, convoluted proposals and actions pertaining to Panattoni, there is an attempt to unlawfully divide a whole development into smaller pieces to avoid assessment of cumulative impacts. For instance, the stormwater management of individual parcels very much are independent and justifies examining the entire NMIC property together. Now, commissioners do not have adequate information upon which to base a decision on this issue. I urge commissioners to decline to vote on this matter tonight. That's the end.
Thank you, Ms. Danver, and thank you, Ms. Witt, and thank you, Sue Danver, for facilitating that public comment from Ms. Witt. At this time, I'd like to ask if there's any other public comment. Any other public comment at this time? Hearing none, I'd like to go to commission response to public comment. Commissioner McGregor or Commissioner Zito.
You go ahead, Commissioner McGregor.
Thank you. What we're talking about tonight is not the official ILA. We're talking about the terms of the agreement, which will be brought forth to the Tumwater. So we're not approving a ILA tonight. We're just having discussion and approving the terms of the agreement. What we've heard from and had several public meetings on all along. So I'm prepared to speak to that. I appreciate everybody's concern on this, that you're still able to comment on this particular item under public comment, which we're just finishing up. So there was opportunity for public to speak on that at that point in time as well. And with all the number of times we've had this discussion at the commission level, there has been opportunities for people to provide public comment into it. So I'm just going to leave that at that level right now, and allow my other fellow commissioners to provide comments as well.
Thank you, Commissioner McGregor. Commissioner Zito.
I want to thank everyone who's taken the trouble to read through the incomplete information before us that was provided with very little notice. Commissioner McGregor is correct that we have had public comment on this matter multiple times, and each time we have had incomplete information provided with very little notice. I take the public's caution to heart. You're correct. We do not have enough information to make a decision tonight. We do not know how to protect Tumwater's primary municipal drinking water supply from contamination by deep underwater injection wells. We do not know we don't know what the cumulative impacts of development on these 200 acres may be. It is likely to be years before a SEPA is completed. There are many unanswered questions about not only public health and safety, but also finances. We do not have an updated pro forma. We do not know how much, for example, the port will have to pay to change Chemy Street. We do not know how to resolve Tumwater's financial study, which indicates that the port's financial benefits were overstated. We have not done a market analysis. And I'm grateful to the public for doing your homework and bringing these issues to us, because as the state Supreme Court reminded us in July of 2017, public engagement, deep public engagement, fully informed public engagement is necessary, not just because the OPMA requires it, but because you help us. You can help us make better decisions if we listen and if we provide opportunities for adequate public engagement. I apologize that we are not providing adequate opportunity for public engagement with this issue yet again. I hope that my fellow commissioners will take into consideration what you are teaching us about stormwater concerns, financial concerns, public health and safety. I share your concerns.
Well, I'd like to respond then. Thank you, commissioners. I would just like to respond to Ms. Wolfsberg and Mr. Leadingham. And I'd just like to say that a little later tonight, when you look at the slides, you will see that we've been discussing this potential development agreement since 2019. And so we've had considerable meetings and we have had advisories on this interlocal agreement. But I'd like to say that staff is doing a lot of work trying to partner with the city of Tumwater, because the city of Tumwater and the Port of Olympia want to enter into this ILA. So the ILA needs to be satisfactory to both sides. And I think that, I had not heard of a injection well up until quite recently. So I thank the public for bringing that issue forward. But just like other aspects of the agreement, I assure you that the agreement is going to abide by every single last standard and appropriate conduct and zoning regulation in effect at this time. So I think that's really important. And the reason why we're bringing this to consideration tonight is because port staff and the city of Tumwater, I believe, the city staff, I can't speak for the city council at Tumwater, but city staff at Tumwater and the port staff believe they have a satisfactory agreement between the two of them that answers the many, many questions that have been raised. And I appreciate that those questions have been brought forward. So I look forward to further discussion and further public comment a little later tonight. So with that, I'd like to move to the consent calendar. We have 3 items on the consent calendar. The air industrial mini storage lease assignment and the habitat conservation plan interlocal agreement extension, and then approval of minutes of August 2nd, 2021, August 19th, and August 23rd, 2021. I'd like to ask if we take item number 1 separately outside the consent agreement.
I was going to
Commissioners,
say we approve. I was going to move that we approve the consent calendar.
I would second that.
I'm not sure how this plays out. I have questions about the air industrial mini storage lease assignment. Would you commissioners indulge me for a couple of minutes with Alan over that? Is Alan on the call tonight, Sam?
Well, I think we have a motion and a second.
Okay, so, well, Alan's not on board anyway. It's been moved and seconded.
Commissioner
to-
Downing,
Yes?
I just promoted Alan over.
Oh, I see. Alan, I just wanted to ask if the, on this air industrial mini storage lease assignment, that's an attempt for a request of air industrial mini storage to sell their interest and bring in a new lessee. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner Downing. The air industrial managed storage sold essentially their facility, and we're simply assigning this to a new owner.
And will there be a lease extension on that with that action?
Negative. This is just an assignment of the existing lease to the new owner.
I see. Good, great. All right, that's all I had. So it's been moved and seconded to accept this consent calendar. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, commissioners.
Note for the record that Commissioner was allowed to engage in question and answer with staff despite the motion and second on the table.
Next, we have the action calendar. And the item on the action calendar is one item. It's called New Market Industrial Campus Development Agreement and Interlocal Agreement. And our own Alan Rowe is presenting.
Good evening, Commissioners. Alan Rowe, Business Development and Real Estate Director, here with you tonight to talk about the terms of the proposed New Market Industrial Campus Development Agreement and Interlocal Agreement with the City of Tumwater. Next slide, please. Some background on this, and I've kind of abbreviated this presentation a bit just because we have seen it many times in our public meetings here over the past few months. But we did do an option agreement back in July of last year with Panattoni Development. And at that time, we heard some concerns with community members along with the City of Tumwater themselves. So the commission in last September thought it was in the best interest to go ahead and work with the City of Tumwater to develop this development agreement to address some of these concerns and really solidify that the port and Panattoni would move forward in addressing these, along with have successful development and certainty moving forward in the future with this development project. Since that time, and I know the commission has seen these results through the many public meetings that we've had to discuss this item, we've had a great effort between port staff and city staff working on this and really refining it and trying to end up with a great product, hopefully here in the near future. Next slide. We did really want to stress public involvement with this process, and I feel we've done a good job with that. And this dates back to last July, and we had a Port Commission advisory meeting at that time. That time we did present just a presentation along with talking about these terms and worked through that and was able to have public comment at that time and inform the public in this advisory setting about what we plan to do and kind of the general terms that we were looking at that time period. Then the Tumwater City Council also had an advisory session and where they heard about it in the next day. And there was public comment at that meeting, along with also a public advisory where they were able to hear about this. Then Tumwater the port had an open house where they were able to inform the public of what we were doing with this potential ILA and development agreement, and expressed in this open house what the general terms would be, along with also sharing some potential conceptual layout plans with the public for what the Panatoni development would be. Based off of these meetings and other staff comments, we were able to incorporate this feedback and further refine the terms. Then in August of 19th, we had an advisory meeting with the Port Commission. And at that time, we were able to hear public comment and advise the public on what we were doing with those terms. Then we followed that up. I did a presentation also on August 23rd, where we were able to have another advisory session with the Port Commission, hear public comment, and also advise the public. With all of those meetings, the port and Tumwater staff were able to get together and discuss the feedback that we've heard over these advisory meetings and public comment, and then really incorporate that into a document back for review to the city of Tumwater really early last month. Since then, we've been in active discussions and still really fine-tuning what this agreement looks like. But we wanted to have this session today to go ahead and approve the general terms so we can essentially formally transmit that to the city of Tumwater for their consideration and also the ports. After this action meeting that we'll have today, the city of Tumwater will have their process as well and have their public meetings and hearing, hopefully here in the near future. So next slide. So early on, what we heard as far as concerns to this potential development was concerns for truck traffic, where the trucks would actually be going. There was a lot of concern that this would trigger truck traffic extending down to the south, past the residential neighborhoods, also past Bush Middle School, which is on port property. There was a concern for the loss of trees. There was a desire to have some multi-use trails and some other community benefits stemming from this development, which also spurred this concept of providing property to the city of Tumwater for a community center, up to about 10 acres for that. There was also some concerns about potentially some unsuitable materials and large bark storage. I do want to note that essentially does not exist, as we do require a cleanup from our tenant out there. But we also wanted to give reassurance that if there was unsuitable materials found out there, that we would address that, along with also some stormwater concerns. Next slide. What we were able to work into the actual development agreement was essentially all development moving forward is going to be consistent with Tumwater Code. We originally asked for vesting for 20 years. What I'll share with you tonight is we have curtailed that back down to 10 years. We committed that truck traffic would be internal, and all efforts would be to have the truck traffic extend out to the north. We've had multiple conversations with the city expressing our support to any restrictions or mechanisms that the city of Tumwater could do to enforce road standards where truck traffic would not have the opportunity to go to the south, and whatever means that they could do with that. There's also conversation in there about tree retention. We've created large tree retention areas. Also cited one of these tree retention areas around Bush Middle School to provide a further buffer between this development and Bush Middle School. Have added over a mile-long trail, a multi-use trail that extends from the north down to the south, just along in the vicinity of Tumwater Boulevard, going down to the area of Bush Middle School. And then also a provision for providing up to 10 acres for a community center property. So this would be the conveyance of this property through a lease to the city of Tumwater for the city of Tumwater then to be able to construct a community center on it. Items outside of the agreement that has our attention, but are not necessarily general terms in the agreement was, doing all of this while keeping in mind that Secretary of State wants to build a fantastic facility up at the northwest corner of Center Street and Tumwater Boulevard, along with keeping in mind of our existing tenants such as IWP, International Wood Products, that would like to expand their facilities, and really moving forward cohesively and looking at this globally across all of our development projects that we have out there. Next slide. Since I've talked to you multiple times during these past advisory meetings that we've had the opportunity to have, some material revisions that really wanted to bring to your attention just to highlight these changes was, as I mentioned, earlier concepts of this agreement called for vesting for a period of 20 years. There were concerns with that, so we went ahead and reduced the amount of vesting period to 10 years after the completion of the habitat conservation plan. Essentially, development is pretty much limited out there until we complete the habitat conservation plan work. Originally, the multi-use trail was called out at 8 feet. We went ahead and expanded that to 10 feet and also referenced Washington State Department of Transportation standard for multi-use trails. There was concerns about potential unsuitable materials that are located out on the properties. We wanted to give assurance with that as far as calling out the compliance with the Model Toxics Control Act. And then also there's been this narrative of this underground injection control wells. And I want to assure this commission and also our partners, City of Tumwater, there's been no planned use of such wells. We've gone back to Panattoni and we wanted to make sure that we got confirmation from them. They reassured us also there's been no discussion whatsoever of these type of wells. So again, we wanted to include this language in the document just to give that assurance. And then also we added paragraphs on sustainable development. And that was to make sure that all efforts were being looked at, on these large buildings and make sure that these are sustainable projects and looking at possibilities. All possibilities really to make sure that they achieve that. Some also comments that we heard tonight was the loss of 200 acres of forest. And I just did want to clarify that this area is not entirely treed. There is not a loss of 200 acres. And as you can see here too, we were also able to retain and replace a lot of trees as we're looking forward for this development. Next slide. So that's essentially in short what I have for you tonight. We did want to highlight these changes along with also seek your permission to extend these general terms formally to the City of Tumwater and authorize our executive director of such.
Thank you, Alan. Can you show us the next slide? So I just right off the bat, it seems like your request tonight doesn't match this sample motion. Oh, I see. In the packet, it's worded differently. So now you've authorized it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alan. I'm with you now. So at this time, commissioners, I'd like to do a round robin of your comments about Alan's proposal. And so I'd like to, we have a lot of agenda items tonight, so I'd like to kind of limit it to 5 minutes each. So who would like to go first?
I'll let Commissioner Zeta go first this time.
I'll start. I do not agree to the limitation of 5 minutes each. We do have many items on the agenda. That's an item for whoever's managing the agenda. This is our major item as judging from our public comments. Can we please go back to slide 6, Mr. Rowe? Vesting from 20 years was in your original proposal, and now you're saying 10 years after the HCP. The HCP could take many years, is that correct?
We're hoping that the HCP will be wrapped up at the end of next year, possibly early 2023 time period.
Well, when we signed the original HCP agreement about 5 years ago, we hoped it would be wrapped up in 5 years, and it's not. Therefore, we're extending it now. So it might take longer than we expect. So that vesting could turn out to be considerably more than 10 years. Compliance with the Model Toxics Control Act, your third bullet. You mentioned bark. Is that the only substance of concern?
I've got no concerns out there on the properties, but we did want to just clarify that obviously compliance would be done with this act.
Are you saying there's no bark out there?
So as far as I know, there's no bark out there.
There
We-
is a
we-
lot of bark on the DePaul property. Let's look at the map. You see the great big,
So
Great.
DePaul's under an active lease.
If I may finish?
When this lease
if I may
is-
finish,
Tur-
if I may finish,
absolutely,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Rowe? Yes. So as you know, the DePaul property is east of I-5 and west of Chemy Street on the bend in the northwest section of this map. And yes, DePaul has an active lease and DePaul has a lot of bark. They're a debarking facility and a chipping facility. So you're not concerned about bark?
I'm not concerned with the DePaul site. Just as you've seen north of there where they've reduced their footprint through lease amendments, they fully clean these sites. They have an obligation to fully clean these sites. We do not release them from any responsibility until these sites are cleaned.
So there is indeed bark, a lot of bark on the site, and you're banking on somebody else cleaning it up in the future.
So the DePaul site is not within the option area of Panattoni, along with when DePaul and if DePaul vacates any land that they have with the port, they will fully clean the site.
And you're trusting that there are no substances of concern on the former DePaul site on the east side of Chemy Street?
The site has been cleaned and inspected prior to the release.
Are you aware of the thick plastic layer on that site?
I've had no confirmation of any such material.
It was confirmed by an independent hydrologist when the Port of Olympia did our 2015 master plan for the New Market Industrial Campus. And you can find that plan at Thurston Regional Planning Council's website. Compliance with underground injection control well regulations. Currently, the development agreement does not say that Panattoni cannot use underground injection wells. Is that correct?
So the agreement outlines what regulations they can't fall within for anything like this. Because there are such stormwater features that are not necessarily underground injection wells, such as you're alluding to, that are still regulated within this provision.
I'm asking for a direct answer to my question, Mr. Rowe. The development agreement,
Panattoni has no
please?
plans for underground injection wells.
my question, Mr. Rowe, was whether the development agreement forecloses or forbids underground injection wells.
So the underground injection wells that you have alluded to are prohibited within this.
They're not prohibited by our development agreement. They may be indirectly prohibited by the RCWs that are referenced, but they're not specifically prohibited by the development agreement. In order to protect Tumwater's primary drinking water aquifer, the Bush wellhead, any underground injection wells should be explicitly prohibited in our development agreement. And I'm confident that Tumwater will agree to this. So I propose that that is a critical amendment that needs to be made to this development agreement. Will you take this back to Tumwater for confirmation?
Commissioner Downing, if I might interject.
A point of order, Commissioner Zeta. Individual commissioners do not direct staff. If you'd like to make a motion, please go ahead.
I will share the information with my fellow commissioners that I'm confident that the city of Tumwater will agree if we will forbid underground injection control wells in this area. I recommend that we, in good faith, make that provision in this development agreement. I move that we amend the development agreement to that effect. That we direct staff to work with Tumwater to amend the development agreement to that effect. Do I have a second for that motion?
So it's been moved to have port staff alter the development agreement to expressly prohibit underground injection control. Oh, sorry, underground injection wells. Is there a second?
I'll second it for purpose of discussion.
So it's been moved and seconded that we direct port staff to add a clause saying that there will be no underground injection wells in this development agreement. Commissioner McGregor, please comment.
Well, I would like to point out, I think there's state regulations on where underground injection control wells can be used. I think there's state law already in place on this. And I believe that this is not one of the areas that can be used for those class of wells in this particular area. But I'm certainly open to correction by either Valicia or our executive director who has done work on this.
I'd like to hear from our executive director, please.
I don't
Commissioner.
quibble, Commissioner McGregor, that it may be protected by RCWs, but I am confident that Tumwater would welcome our assurance that this will not be permitted here. That is the point.
Commissioner, oh, sorry, Executive Director Gibney, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you. Underground injection control wells, as they are referred to by both the US EPA and Department of Ecology, includes 6 classes of wells. Classes 1, 3, and the majority of class 4 wells, which are commonly referred to or sometimes referred to as the deep injection wells. Those are prohibited in Washington state, and they are not contemplated for any type of use in this development. Class 5 is the most common form of an underground injection control well, and they include dry wells, as you might find in any type of the corner of your garage, such as a dry well vault. They include stormwater infiltration trenches and the like. Those are permitted by both the Department of Ecology and City of Tumwater. So the issue of a UIC well being used that is inappropriate for this site is, I think, the conversation or the use of the UIC well as a classification is not quite appropriate. What is appropriate is to talk about stormwater regulations that will be reviewed at the time of any type of permit applications by this developer or any other developer. So stormwater designs and plans are submitted at the point of building permit and land use applications. They are not part of this development agreement, and nor does this development agreement include the prohibition of a very common type of stormwater management. So I think that if were the commission to classify or to make a motion to make a blanket prohibition on UIC wells, the language could be misinterpreted and be used to preclude any type of development on the property at all.
Well, thank you. I think it's my turn to comment on the discussion of whether or not to add prohibition against underground injection wells. I will just say it's a slippery slope for port staff to second guess state law, federal law, zoning regulations. It's a slippery slope, and I'm happy that those zoning regulations and stormwater regulations are in place. They guide our behavior, and I will definitely oppose this because we could very well sabotage our own agreement by writing it incorrectly when we've already got state law and local ordinances controlling our stormwater. So with that, we've had a discussion of this item. It's been moved and seconded to expressly prohibit underground injection control wells in the interlocal agreement. All those in favor?
Discussion's
say
not over,
aye.
Commissioner Downing.
I'm sorry,
Discussion's not
Commissioner Zeta, we
over.
have one round robin. We went around the table. All three commissioners plus the executive director weighed in. Again, I call for the,
I'll call for the question.
and I
Point of
second the
order,
call for the
Commissioner
question.
Downing,
I
you are
second the
making
call for
up-
the question. It's been moved. Call for the question.
Point
When
of
you have a
order,
call for the question, then you get a second for that. We're ready to
point of
vote.
order,
What would
point of
that be,
order.
Commissioner Zeta? Go ahead.
point of order. You are making up rules to suit your purpose. One round of round robin, that's a new rule, Commissioner Downing. That is not in our rules. That is not in Robert's rules. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeta. May I
challenge the
direct you to?
chairs-
Okay,
I challenge the chair's arbitrary imposition of this rule of one round of discussion. Our discussion is not complete.
thank you, Commissioner Zeta. I have right in front of me Robert's Rules of Order cheat sheet, and it says here, call for the question. Any member may call for the question, and it needs a second. Commissioner McGregor called for the question. I seconded it, and now we're, per Robert's rules, are ready to vote. on
I
this
believe
question.
point of order supersedes that.
Mm-mm.
I have challenged the chair.
That would be
I
the form of
I
an-
believe you have appealed his decision. And then he is to give a response, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. And for an individual commissioner to appeal the decision of the chair requires a second. So Commissioner Zeta is appealing the ruling of the chair. Is there a second? There is no second, so we fall back on the call for the question, which has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of requiring port staff to have a clause that says there will be no underground injection control wells of any sort, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay.
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 I formally protest the chair's irregular process.
So Commissioner Zeta, do you have any more discussion of with this agenda item? Let's go back to our round robin. I believe that you had the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Downing. Mr. Rose, sustainable development, what does that mean?
You can see the paragraph inside the development agreement that we have. So I don't have to read it all, but it is included in the draft development agreement at this time.
As a member of the public pointed out to us, the Port Commission recently endorsed, actually has repeatedly endorsed the Thurston Climate Mitigation Plan. We asked our Port of Olympia Citizens Advisory Committee, the POCAC, to give us specific recommendations on meeting the Thurston Climate Mitigation Plan. And they provided us with recommendations. Among those recommendations is forest preservation. That is a sustainable development strategy that reduces our climate impacts. That is recommended by the Thurston Climate Mitigation Plan and by our POCAC. Forest is not preserved in this plan. Most of the area that is being built is also being cleared of trees. That's not sustainable development, Mr. Rowe. The sustainable development paragraph that you refer to says to encourage green building techniques like LEED and so forth. You probably realize that most LEED standards are not energy efficient. Anything silver and under tends not to save energy. It may use have other sustainable impacts, such as using locally sourced materials, but it tends not to be energy efficient. So the paragraph on sustainable development is actually quite weak, and it omits a primary recommendation, and it omits a primary recommendation by our own Citizens Advisory Committee and by the Thirst and Climate Mitigation Plan, which our commission has endorsed. Sustainable development we do not deserve to call this sustainable development unless we meet our own POCAX recommendations and the TCMP, which the commission has endorsed.
So we've taken a great balanced approach here with tree retention and development, along with sustainable development initiatives incorporated within this.
This is another version of greenwashing. Let's move on to finances. Finances are not discussed here, but the city of Tumwater does discuss finances in their supporting documents for this same document that will appear in their meeting tomorrow night. They have done an independent financial analysis of the financial benefits claimed by the Port of Olympia that may accrue from Panettone, and they have found that we have overstated those financial benefits by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Has the port undertaken an independent financial analysis?
In what area? I'm unfamiliar with what work the city of Tumwater has done. I have not seen their packet.
That's right. Just about everybody at the port is unfamiliar with it because our materials are incomplete, which means we're making a decision based on incomplete information. We do not have an updated financial analysis. Do we have an updated pro forma, Mr. Rowe?
So Commissioner, there's nothing to update on the pro forma with this, and I'm unaware of a financial analysis done, and I would have thought I would have been contacted if there was work done, being I'm quite aware of all the details with this development project.
If you take a look at the city's packet for tomorrow's meeting, you will find their financial analysis. One of the things we need in our updated pro forma is we need to know how much it will cost the Port of Olympia to revise Chemy Street. Now, port staff have told us in the development agreement, it's explicit that the property owner bears the expense for revising Chemy Street. And Chemy Street revision is part of this agreement, and the property owner is the port. Now, I understand that your stance is that we will eventually recover any costs from the developer, Panettone. However, we pay for that street revision upfront, and we need to know how much it costs.
No, Commissioner, that's incorrect. The cost will be on the developer. I fully understand what this agreement between the Port of Olympia and the city of Tumwater says. However, that obligation will be put on the developer between the port and the developer at the time, if and when Chemy Street requires relocation.
Page 4 of the development agreement, section 7, public facilities and improvements, relocation of Chemy Street. Development of the option property is expected to include the relocation and/or termination of Chemy Street, which is currently located on port property and is not a city right-of-way, in order to direct truck traffic to Tumwater Boulevard. The property owner, that is the port, shall bear the cost of relocation and redevelopment of Chemy Street to applicable city standards. Chemy Street will remain port property if relocated. Therefore, since the property owner, that is the port, shall bear the cost of relocation and redevelopment of Chemy Street, we need to know what that cost is.
So in many of our public meetings that we've had previously, this has been raised. You've asked this question before and we've answered. Essentially, this clause here is to ensure that Tumwater takes no responsibility for this cost, and that it's highlighted that that is a port-owned road. The port will have that ultimate responsibility, but this is going to be an obligation of the developer if and when it's needed.
I have not seen that in writing, but I have seen in writing that the property owner, that is the port, shall bear the full cost of relocation and redevelopment of Chemy Street. You're right, this has come up many times and we still don't know how much that will cost. We have no estimate. Our
This will have
Commissioner-
no cost.
Commissioner
No cost.
Zeta,
pro
would you
forma
like
is
to-
incomplete.
Commissioner Zeta, you've been talking and discussing this for 21 minutes. Would you like to let your fellow commissioners have a chance to weigh in on this topic?
I would really love to have answers to my question, but I don't believe they're forthcoming. So go right ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeta. Commissioner McGregor, would you like to weigh in on this topic?
That's, sorry about that. I would, I pulled up the City of Tumwater's memo that Commissioner Zeta talked about. And as I read through it, I saw differences in figures and between what we gave them and what they came with them. But when I got to the page 6, there's a whole list of other factors on this whole thing. It says the development costs the city little to provide services such as police, fire, parks, and all that. Where additional services may be required, particularly in regional transportation, maintenance, and stormwater, there is revenue to provide those services. Next item talks about the tax base, which is good for spreading out the fixed cost of the city services and helping with future debt issues and tax. The next bullet says the port study says they provide a conservative estimate of direct job creation of 2,554 with a range of 1741 to 2598. This is on their letterhead. Additional job creation would result from indirect and induced economic impacts. There is no reason to believe those are unreliable sources of data. While economic models estimate additional tax revenue from the created jobs, it is significant here to say there is an additional economic infusion that comes with more job creation of this magnitude. The next bullet goes on to say, as a function of development, the proponents make significant contributions to the transportation infrastructure, potentially including adjacent public streets such as Center and Tumwater intersection, the I-5 Tumwater interchange, and many of these have been long-standing identified needs for the city. That development will also make necessary improvements to the utility system. A condition of the development agreement is to provide an approximate 9.7 acre site for a future community center or other public use. The budget for the Metropolitan Park District included $990,000 for land purchase. At a lease rate of 48 cents per year, the value of this contribution of this 9.7 is $202,800 per year, or about $6 million over 30 years. Given the increased values of land, it is highly unlikely that the city will be able to find the equivalent 9.7 acres of land for $990,000. The timing of the availability of this site will have to be resolved and may not ultimately be viable for a community center, but could be suitable for another city use. So, I mean, they've gone through and pointed out some benefits of this happening. I haven't compiled all of their differences in revenues that come in, leasehold taxes, property taxes that'll be paid by the buildings that are built there, and all of the resulting revenue streams that are come in and benefit them. But I think it's a good deal. I think it's time we moved on. I think it's time we approved it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McGregor. I just have some overarching comments since there has been so much public interest in this project, and I'd like to apologize for being off in my numbers. This has been in consideration for a little over a year, not 2 years, as I mentioned. So, but a little over a year, we've gone back and forth, and we've had, as Alan points out, we've had several meetings over this topic. We looked at earlier drafts of the ILA, and tonight we're talking about development agreement terms. And so basically the last few things that the port is hoping that the city of Tumwater, we can collectively agree to, and then the ILA will come back to the port for approval. So tonight staff is requesting approval of the terms of the agreement. So I just want to say that, I care about all the comments. I think all the comments are important. I tried to take input from all sources in the community. The land itself is 200 acres of land, which has been a little used over the last half century. Yes, the trees are important and they help with carbon sequestration. 90 acres of this land has trees on it. So that's 110 acres that's not trees, so it's not 200 acres. But the port intends to lease land, and I have to call out a certain person by the name of Bev Bassett. Now, Bev Bassett used to come to port meetings perhaps 4 years in a row, meeting after meeting after meeting. So she had a big impact on me in that, I, as one commissioner, I'm trying hard to influence the port to improve its financial performance. And so I think that this deal is a giant win for the port. I believe that the financial performance of this land is going to help support the airport because it's FAA deeded land and has to be used to help support the airport. So it's all in all, it helps the port a great deal and helps the public as well. What we're trying to do is reduce the tax burden of the public, and we're trying hard to move the port in that direction. I have to thank Bev Bassett for constantly bringing up the subject of the port finances. And so I'm very motivated in every sector of port business to improve the finances. The first tenant on this property might be at Building E, and it might be a mix of manufacturing and warehousing. And so one constituent asked me, how can you approve that when you haven't approved the overall? And the reason why is because Panattoni requests an overall development plan so that they can go ahead and market this land and the infrastructure to companies. And so they need assurance that the city of Tumwater is going to abide by their zoning over a period of time. And so that's where that 10-year zoning request comes into play, so that Panattoni can then market this property and bring in good customers that will create jobs, perhaps manufacturing, perhaps warehousing, but definitely jobs to the community and taxes to the government and the school district. The lease income, we did look at a pro forma about 9 months ago, and the lease income will far outweigh the gopher remediation cost identified in the HCP. And finally, developing the land is within the purview of the Port of Olympia, economic development and job creation. We're infilling this land as an alternative to urban sprawl. So there's many ways we can affect a positive outcome for the environment. One is to reduce the amount of time people spend traveling to and from their jobs. And that means infilling land within a city, an established city, for those jobs. So thank you very much. With that, we have the sample motion on the table. Would somebody like to make a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Zita, you have additional comment?
Yes, I have additional questions.
Go ahead.
The city identified a number of issues that needed response from the port, and I'd like to find out from Mr. Rowe whether what his response to these issues is. Relocation of Chemy Street and truck traffic. The city indicated that while there's conceptual agreement between the port and the city, they need further clarification. How exactly will the trucks be kept from going past the school and into the residential neighborhood?
So we've communicated to the city, being that those are city roads, that we would support any efforts within their capacity that they could do to restrict those.
As you know, the streets in question are not city roads, they are port roads. Chemy Street is a port road.
Chemy Street would not be utilized, therefore they are city roads.
So can you be specific about the port's plan for Chemy Street relocation or blocking to keep the truck traffic from going south past Bush Middle School and residential? That is a port road, not a city road. Therefore, it's up to the port how that will be done. The city noted that this was an area that had not been fully addressed. Can you address it?
So after the developer pays to close and relocate Chemy Street and create internal drive circulation, the only exit would be out to Center Street. We've then communicated to the city of Tumwater that we would support any efforts that they could do to make sure that those trucks don't turn south, but go north towards the closest interchange up on Tumwater Boulevard.
That, it sounds like it would be physically possible then for the trucks to go south.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be physically possible for them to turn south and go that way if they chose to. However,
So you're saying,
we've done everything within our efforts to close Chemy Street to the south, exit those vehicles up north onto Center Street. The nearest interchange would be Tumwater Boulevard. After that, we've then said we would support any efforts the city of Tumwater could do to enforce that no trucks go to the south. It's our intent to support everything possible to make sure that all truck traffic goes to the north.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rowe, I'm still confused. You're agreeing that Chemy Street is a port street, and you're telling me that the port will close off Chemy Street so that trucks cannot go south on Chemy Street. But you're saying it would still conceivably be possible for trucks to go south. And it would be up to the city to keep them from going south. I'm sorry, I don't understand that.
What part don't you understand?
If the port owns Chemy Street, and if the port shuts off the southbound access on Chemy Street, how would the trucks go south?
The trucks would then would have internal circulation. So Chemy Street would be closed by the developer, paid for by the developer, and then driveways would be created that only exit onto Center Street. That would encourage all truck traffic to then go to the nearest interchange, which is to the north up on Tumwater Boulevard. That does not, though, create any situation where they could not then turn south on Center Street if they wanted to choose to turn south onto Center Street. At that point, then we would try to rely on our partners, the city of Tumwater, being that they are Tumwater streets, and do any sort of enforcement on large vehicles to prevent them to go to the south.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So the loophole for the trucks is going south from Center Street to the other end of Chemy Street or over to Armstrong Road. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a loophole, but everything has been done physically to discourage a truck from exiting to the south. Chemy Street provided an easy and clear pathway for trucks to get right on Chemy Street, go right down to the south, and go right down to 93rd. So the developer would go ahead and then relocate that, pay for that construction, and then create the internal driveways that only exit onto Center Street. The much easier path then goes to the north up to Tumwater Boulevard.
Okay, I'm moving down Tumwater's chart of issues that need resolution here. The next issue needing resolution is stormwater. And Tumwater said the port said that you'd be avoiding large stormwater ponds and instead dispersing runoff and infiltrating. The city said that you may use ponds to pre-treat and infiltrate, otherwise disperse the water. And the part needing resolution was the city said the port and Tumwater have conceptual agreement, but further clarification is needed on use of infiltration ponds. So that's what we tried to get assurance to the city in our earlier discussion that deep UIC wells would not be used, but we failed on that. So moving on to Little League.
So I'll comment on that. Yeah, UIC deep UIC wells will not be utilized, and also our option agreement, which is with the developer, the port and the developer, does address ponds and discourages its use, just because mostly with our FAA compliance and discouraging the use of open ponds.
And if they build storm ponds, that's less land that they can build warehouses and parking lots on. So moving on to Little League, there's an unresolved issue with Little League. The Tumwater's to cut to the chase, Tumwater's final column says there's no firm commitment from the port to provide land for Little League. And I see nothing about that in the development agreement. The Tumwater had asked Port to advocate for a delay in moving Little League. And, Little League has done a lot of work developing a public recreation facility far east of this development. And Tumwater does not want us to make the move. But I see nothing about that in this development agreement. So that's an issue that Tumwater has flagged as needing resolution.
Yes, and for the commissioner's information, port staff and city staff did meet with Capital Little League and mutual agreements. The relocation of their facilities at this time was not feasible. Not necessarily because the port couldn't provide an area, but just because they didn't feel it was feasible to raise the funding to go ahead and construct new facilities. And that's also why we wanted to make sure that the community center property was loosely worded, because it could potentially provide for some other city use, such as fields like this in the future.
Well, that's good news that Little League won't have to move. I know they've just put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that property. And thank you for transitioning to the final question about the community center. Commissioner Downing noted that, or Commissioner McGregor noted that Tumwater cited among the benefits of this proposal to the city that they would get 10 acres of land for their community center that's worth nearly $1 million. And that matters to them. That's part of why they're willing to potentially accept this agreement, even though the estimates of jobs and tax benefits are lower than what the port had said.
Oh, I didn't hear that. I thought that was awesome.
You'll see it in Tumwater's documents when you read them. But as to the community center, this $1 million 10-acre parcel that my fellow commissioners identified in section 7.3 of the Tumwater ILA, it says that the property owner will provide the city 5 acres of land at the southeast corner of Center and 76th, either when a minimum of 50 acres have been developed by Panattoni, or 5 years after final approval of the HCP. And then the next 5 acres, for a total of 10, we would provide to the city either after 100 acres have been developed or 10 years after final approval of the HCP, whichever is earlier. So it's conceivable that with the signing of this interlocal agreement, there may be no development by Panattoni, and Tumwater would still get that $1 million 10-acre parcel for their community center 5 and 10 years after approval of the HCP. And that's a powerful incentive, as my fellow commissioners have noted. They'll get that $1 million parcel, whether it's developed or not.
Well, I think what the city of Tumwater was saying was even with $1 million, they couldn't acquire property like this. We used a $6 a foot valuation for our property with an 8% capitalization rate. When the Panattoni,
you used a what? How much did you say?
$6 a foot valuation.
Of course, Tumwater notes that it works out to 48 cents per feet.
48 cents a foot reflects a lease valuation at an 8% capitalization rate. So if you were to apply a fee basis on this property, it's actually about $2.6 million for this subject 10-acre parcel.
So the point is that Tumwater may get this $1 million or $2.4 million or more parcel for free from the port, whether there's development or not, 10 years after the HCP. Now, I understand that staff have informed us that the development would pay the cost of this land gift to Tumwater, and I have no problems with sharing this land with Tumwater. but we should be clear with the public that it would be a gift of about $1 million worth of land to the city, whether or not this is developed.
No, that's
According to Section 7.3 of the interlocal agreement, just so we know.
correct. So there's also a termination clause in this agreement in the event that no development is realized, just to prevent a situation like that, with concern of making sure that we show effort that we receive consideration for that. Gifting necessarily isn't a concern, such as under the state constitution, just because we are talking public entity to public entity. Mostly we want to comply with our FAA grant assurances, and that's really why we needed that termination clause.
That's right. So it would be $1 per year. So it would be $1 per year.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Right. So it's still nearly a $1 million gift, even if there's no development. And I have no problems with that, but
No.
I do want,
No, if there was no development, there would be
commissioners should
the
know.
termination clause would go into effect, and so there would not be
I
that
s-
transfer.
So
So if you
Commissioner,
read
I think
further,
it's important that we're really clear here that there is absolutely a need for development in order to realize the community center and the other benefits of the development agreement. And I think it misrepresents the development agreement to say otherwise as a point of clarification.
I'm quoting from Section 7.3 of the development agreement.
I understand, Commissioner, but I don't know that you're looking at the development agreement in its entirety, which is necessary to accurately represent what it says.
I have what is provided by Tumwater, which is considerably more than has been provided us by the port. And if the port has additional documents, it would be great to share those with the commissioners and the public so that we can study them before we are asked to make a decision. So we have,
Commissioner Zeta,
We don't have
I
Section
think you're making
7.3 by itself.
perhaps an exaggeration about the development agreement. And so I appreciate Felicia responding. And I think Sam would like to respond to, since she's basically lived with this document. Sam, would you like to comment on?
point of
some
order,
sort of public
Commissioner
gift?
Downing, point of order, Commissioner Downing. The chair will not make unfounded accusations against fellow commissioners. There is no exaggeration. I am reading directly from the development agreement.
Point of order accepted. Please go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I think actually Felicia and Alan have both made my point, but I'll emphasize it again that it would be an inaccurate representation of the agreement to take one clause without the consideration of the termination clauses. And so there would not be a situation in which if there is no development that the transfer of the property would occur. So it is balanced out by that termination clause.
Thanks for that information, Executive Director. However, the only documentation we have in front of us indicates that that transfer would occur with no development.
I'm sorry,
10 years
Commissioner
after the
Zito, I
H-
believe the entirety of
please,
the
I ask-
local agreement is included in the packet. You've alluded to a couple
Point
of
of
times
order.
today that
Point of
somehow that
order.
was not included in the packet. And I believe the
Point of order.
latest
I
draft
asked the
was. And
chair-
so if you don't have that, certainly can make that available to you, but it was included in the packet, the entirety of the
Point
agreement.
of order. I ask the chair to instruct the Executive Director not to interrupt the commissioner. And I will continue.
All participants,
continue.
please request to speak from the chair. Thank you. Commissioner Zeta,
So
you
the
have the floor.
information I have cited is what we have before us. If there is additional information, we should be provided with that information and given the opportunity to study it, discuss it, and the public should also be provided with that information. The information before us indicates that a transfer will occur even if there is no development.
Yeah, Commissioner Zeta, you have been
7.3.
corrected by port staff about that. You have been corrected.
We have no evidence.
I'm going to call for the question at this time. And I need a second to call for the question.
I'll second that.
I'd like to authorize the executive director to transmit the key terms of the interlocal agreement / development agreement to the city of Tumwater for consideration and action within their the authority to execute the agreement and approve changes to non-substantial terms.
I'll second that.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Thank you, commissioners and staff, for that robust discussion. Next, we move to the action other calendar. On that, we have the ILWU Local 47A contract, and our own Len Fosher is presenting.
I will get it moved over.
This is Len. Can you hear me?
Yes, Len.
Right, am I on? Can you see me?
Can't see you.
Why can't you see me?
Because you're hiding?
No, I'm not hiding.
Hold on. Okay, Len, let's try that again.
There
All
he is.
right. Good evening, commissioners. Len Fosher, currently serving as your Marine Terminal Director. And Shayla, if you could share the PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. And I am here to present to you the ILWU 47A contract for 2021-2024. Next slide, please. So this is a contract that the port brings back to the commission every 3 years. This is a labor relations contract between the ILWU 47A, which is an affiliate of ILWU. It is consistent of the Marine Terminal Maintenance staff, which is currently 4 staff positions in the Marine Terminal. This contract that I'm presenting to you is for 3 years, and it's retroactive back to July 1st, 2021, and it'll expire on June 30th, 2024. It takes care of all the labor negotiations we worked out. There's a lot of time and energy put in by both the ILWU 47A folks, ILWU itself, as well as port staff. Next slide, please. And with that, I present a sample motion and ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Len. Commissioners McGregor or Zeta, do you have any questions of Len?
I move to approve the ILWU 47A contract agreement that covers the time period of July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, retroactively.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to approve the ILWU 47A contract agreement that covers the period of July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2024, retroactively. Is there any other discussion?
We need to have a public comment on this one, I believe.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McGregor. You caught me just in the nick of time. For the public that might be listening to our meeting tonight, is anybody like to give comment on the ILWU Local 47A contract? Mr. Langens, I know you've had your hand up for some time, but at this point, public comment is on just this one item, ILWU Local 47A contract. Would you like to give public comment? Not hearing Mr. Langens, I will go to Ms. Deborah Patton. Would like to give public comment on the ILWU Local 47A contract. Ms. Patton.
I'm 100% for it, and I'm super happy that we have 4 ILWU
47A Union Brothers down there at the Port of Olympia. So thank you very much. Family wage jobs with benefits and pensions. All for it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Patton, for your public comment. Anybody else like to give public comment on this ILW Local 47A contract?
I see Mr. Langen still has his hand up, but I see he's muted.
Mr. Langens, I'm not sure we can unmute you, but are you there?
Well, there never was a mute button. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, well, finally a mute button, unmute button came up. I had no comment on the ILWU, but forget about the rest.
Thank you, Mr. Langens. I see another hand. Ms. Sue Danver, would you like to give a public comment on this ILWU Local 47A contract? I guess the hand went down. And so we have no, I'm sorry. Would anybody like to, commissioners, would you like to give a response to Ms. Patton who gave public testimony?
Wait,
Oh, Sue, are you, somebody said wait, or somebody who's,
yeah, I said, wait, I unmute came up finally and it disappeared.
I see.
And I want to comment on the Panatone matter, and I didn't get an opportunity. You said after the statements that you could have the opportunity to speak.
Oh,
I can't recall. Ms. Danver, you the person? No, you were not the person. I'm sorry, Ms. Danver, our public comment period for the Panatone we're past it. So this is public comment for the,
No, you said that you could speak after the period, after your comments. And so I would like to comment on, even though you made a decision.
great. I mean, I have to ask my fellow commissioners, do I have a motion to allow Commissioner or Sue Danver to speak at this
So
time?
moved.
Is there a second?
In the interest of,
Is there a second?
so moved.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
nay.
Sue Danver, you have the floor. You want to revisit Panatone for a few minutes? You have
Yes.
3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Basically, I'm speaking for myself, although I know a fair amount of stormwater issues. This is spontaneous. On October 21st, I had attended a permit Panatone meeting with the Tumwater City staff. In that, Matt, the engineer of Tumwater, said, for this area, they want to carve off an area off the 200 acres. They want to build a warehouse on 30 acres. And Matt, the engineer, said, storm is going to be a challenge here. That I assume is storm water. It's very flat at the center street. Also, he noted that all water now has to be treated on site, which essentially means it's probably going to be under the warehouse. Also, Panatone made some interesting comments. There are no potential plans beyond this building. It is not inconceivable. Well, I can't find it. Unconceivable. It's not unconceivable that we will not do this in the future. But I want to give you a simple lesson in stormwater. There are 3 ways to remove stormwater. They are stormwater ponds, which are difficult when it's flat and you have flooding. And this area is known for flooding. Then you have the injection wells, which has their problems as noted. And then there is something called galleries. But all of these, when they get a lot of flooding, will allow water into the lower aquifer. So you have to have excellent treatment, but water will still get in flooding situations. Warehouses cause more impervious surface in an already flooding area. So if you have thousands and millions of acres of square footage of impervious surface, you have aggravated flooding. And where does it go? It goes down these areas. So we worked with Puget Western and we asked them to prove that going under the building would work. They would not provide us the information that we could prove that Puget Western would take care of their water. So we can't say. But Mr. Christensen at Tumwater says, well, we already do that, but we do not have proof that it will work to solve water problems. You have a stormwater problem, you have cumulative impact problems, that one building will impact another building. So you have stormwater problems out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Danver. And sorry you weren't able to give your testimony earlier. So now we're going to return to the ILWU Local 47A contract. It's been moved and seconded to approve the ILWU contract for the next 3-year period. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners.
Now we turn to the advisory calendar, and we've got 4 items on the advisory calendar. And the first is a public hearing. Public hearing of draft 2022 proposed operating budget, capital investment plan, and tax levy. Presenting is Matt Peach of our port staff. The public hearing is for fixing and adopting the 2022 budget of the Port of Olympia. All persons wishing to be heard should have signed up with the commission coordinator prior to this meeting. If you have not done so, please let me know now that you'd like to speak during this public hearing after our staff presentation. I have 4 people signed up to speak: Charlotte Persons, Dennis Langen, Sue Danver, and Helen Wheatley. Is there anybody else that would like to speak after the presentation? I see Deborah Patton has her hand up. I'll add Deborah Patton to the list. Okay, thank you. The public hearing is being held for purposes of receiving public comments on the port's proposed 2022 final budget as required by state law, RCW 53.35.020. The port gave proper notice of tonight's public hearing by publishing notice of the date and time of this hearing in the Olympian on October 24th, October 31st, and November 7th, 2021, as is required by state law. The draft budget was presented to the commission in public meetings on October 4th, 11th, 18th, and 25th, 2021, and will be considered during 2 more public sessions, including tonight's public hearing and the commission's regular public meeting on November 22nd, 2021. The draft budget was presented to the commission in public meetings on October 4th. Whoops, I'm reading that again. Sorry. Rules of order. The public hearing will proceed in an orderly fashion. Everyone will be given an opportunity to be heard. Anyone making comments should first give their name and address, which is a little different than usual. Please give your name and address. Please speak slowly and clearly as proceedings are recorded. In fairness to all attendees, each person will be given an opportunity to address the commission for a period not to exceed 3 minutes. I'm requesting commissioners hold their questions of the public until everyone has had an opportunity to speak. This is the time for the public to present testimony regarding the proposed 2022 budget. No debate is allowed. Before hearing from members of the public, I invite Matt Peach, Senior Administrative Services Manager, to provide the staff presentation.
Great. Good evening, commissioners. Tonight for our public hearing, we will be reviewing the 2022 budget, capital investment plan, and tax levy. Next slide, please. Tonight's agenda includes reviewing our schedule, our 2022 budget assumptions, capital investment plan, 2022 budget overview, 2022 operating budget by business, our tax levy and non-operations, including environmental costs, commission, and other non-ops, and lastly, questions and comments. Next slide, please. As already mentioned, we have held budget briefings on October 4th, 11th, 18th, and 25th. Tonight is our public hearing. Next Monday, the 15th, we will have a work session to resolve any outstanding questions or items. And on November 22nd, we will have our final adoption of our 2022 operating budget, capital investment plan, and tax levy. Next slide, please. Our 2022 budget assumptions and focus were to take action now, planning for our future, and align our strategic goals. Our budget sees overall revenue increase of 8% and an increase to gross operating income of 1.1%. The budget includes a 3.1% merit pool increase with no additional full-time staff. The budget also reflects our continued response to the global pandemic and economic disruption that has been created as a result. Next slide, please. Our port-wide initiatives include creating a 5-year strategic plan and annual action plan, creating an integrated port peninsula development plan, continued emphasis on our unified maintenance approach, and working on a plan for climate resilience. Next slide, please. Our highlights of our capital investment plan include administration and marina office planning, RV resort design and permitting, shared maintenance design and permitting, grant-funded marine terminal paving, and grant-funded IT cybersecurity and infrastructure project. Next slide, please. Our non-operations budget includes commission expenses, environmental costs, harbor patrol, public amenities, and other non-operations costs. The budget includes implementing a strategic plan, and our operation budgets include maintenance and repair costs. Next slide, please. Reviewing our 2022 capital investment plan, the capital budget shows costs of $2.87 million, with $861,000 of those costs covered by grants, leaving required funds from cash reserves of $2 million. For previous presentations and conversations, we have moved the Centennial Legacy project from the non-operating budget to the capital investment plan of $50,000 and added a budgeted amount for broadband of $50,000. We've also added an electrical replacement project at the marina. Next slide, please. Our 2022 statutory budget includes ending cash and investments carrying over from the end of this year to the 2022 budget of $12.461 million, operating revenues of $14.3 million, operating expenses of $12.1 million, with funds provided by operations of $2.238 million. Our tax revenues are $7.15 million, other net costs of $2.3 million. We have debt service of $4.6 million. And as mentioned, our capital investments projects of $2 million, leaving projected ending cash at 2022 of $12.9 million. Next slide, please. Reviewing the last 5 years of our ending projected cash, at least for 2022, you can see the $12.9 million previously stated. We have reserved cash of $6 million and working capital of $6.9 million. And you can see the trending up over the last 5 years. Next slide, please. Port-wide operations include revenues of $14.3 million, operating expenses of $12,094,000, operating income before depreciation of $2.2 million, and adding depreciation creates a net loss of $1.6 million. Next slide, please. Results of the 2022 budget as compared to the 2021 budget and 2020 actual results and 21 projected results are as follows. Pretty consistent over the last several years. Next slide, please. Reviewing our airport, new market, and clean water budget, we have operating revenues of $3.39 million, operating expenses of $2.27 million, income before depreciation of $1.12 million, adding depreciation with net income of $156,000. As mentioned, we have a capital investment budget for the airport of $170,000. Next slide, please. And again, another comparison over the last couple of years for our operating revenues, expenses, and income. And you can see the trend over the last several years, very consistent. Next slide, please. Reviewing the Marina, Boatworks, and Fuel Dock budget, we have operating revenues of $4.13 million, operating expenses of $3.69 million, income before depreciation of $429,000, income after depreciation of a loss of $220,000, and our capital investment plan for Swan Town, it should be set as $463,000. Next slide, please. Same slides as before, sort of comparing the last couple of years. Again, consistently, there's no anomalies over the last couple of years at the Marina. Next slide, please. Reviewing our marine terminal budget, we have operating revenues of $5.2 million, operating expenses of $4.7 million, net income before depreciation of $531,000, and adding depreciation creates a net loss of $1.2 million. Our capital investment plan at the marine terminal is $870,000. Next slide, please. And you can see how that compares over the last couple of years, including our 2020 actual, 2021 budget, and 2020 projected end of the year. Next slide, please. Reviewing our real estate budget, we have operating revenues of $1.6 million, operating expenses of $1.46 million, net income before depreciation of $156,000, adding depreciation a loss of $206,000, and our real estate capital investment plan is $675,000. Next slide, please. Reviewing the last couple of years again for our revenues, expenses, and income, consistent with the last several years. Next slide, please. Reviewing our general and administrative budget, we have costs of $2.495 million. 60% of those are salaries and benefits. Outside professional services make up 17%, leasing costs 7%, and 16% are supplies, utilities, and other admin costs. Next slide, please. Those costs are allocated across the different business units, with 26% to the airport, 26% to the Swan Town, 28% to the marine terminal, 17% to real estate, and 3% to the environmental budget. Next slide, please. Reviewing our proposed tax levy calculation is based on the most recent correspondence from Thurston County. Both columns reflect our 2021 tax levy with a 1% increase over the prior year levy of $69,000, as well as levy for new construction of $124,000 and an administrative refund of $25,000. The center column reflects a proposed 2022 tax levy of $7.156 million, and both columns reflect a decrease in the millage rate or the effective rate charged per $1,000 of value that the port receives in tax revenue. Next slide, please. The uses of the tax levy are as follows. We have principal and interest on our bond of $4.6 million, environmental costs of $1.4 million. We have small cities of $40,000, commission expense of $446,000. I won't read them all to you, but the total of net use of taxes is $7.156 million, leaving net zero uses to our tax revenues. Next slide, please. At our next meeting, or excuse me, our meeting in 2 weeks, on November 22nd, there will be 2 resolutions. The first will authorize the tax levy, and the second will adopt the operating budget, including rates and fees and our capital investment plan. Next slide, please. And questions and comments.
Thank you, Matt, for that presentation. Commissioners McGregor and Commissioner Zeta, do you have any questions of Matt in this presentation? I'm going to call on Commissioner Zeta.
Yes, let's just move backwards, going from slide 24. Centennial events, $76,000 in the commission projects. I thought the commission had agreed to spend less out of the commission budget, and staff had found ways to fund more of that out of other budgets.
We did leave the Centennial project events of their 76,000. However, we moved the legacy project out of this budget and into the capital investment plan.
I think that 76,000 is still a lot higher than Commissioner McGregor and I had recommended. Commissioner McGregor?
I don't know. I'd have to look back on my paperwork to confirm that. I can't remember what that amount was.
I think we had both reduced this by several tens of thousands, and staff had said they could get it from another budget or reduce it. Marketing has a big budget already. I just want to check in with fellow commissioners on our preference on this first.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Zeta. Commissioner, I was not on board with this particular discussion, so I'll leave it up to you two commissioners to discuss.
So maybe we need to review the commissioner's recommendations here, because as I recall, both Commissioner McGregor and Zeta recommended a significantly smaller amount for centennial events out of the commission budget.
I found my documents and I had 38,000 as a proposed amount. So I don't know what Commissioner Zeta had, but I can't find that comparison sheet right now.
I think I had 20.
I recall the 38,000 number, which
And I know
yeah.
And mine was considerably lower. So I don't know how this got to be so high again. It does not appear to reflect commission recommendation.
Mr. Downey.
Oh, I'm going to call on Executive Director Gibney may have a clarification here.
Thank you, commissioners. Yes, so there was quite a bit of discussion on this topic at the last meeting. Staff did our best job to try to pull out what we could. There were no motions made, so it was a little bit unclear as to what the exact direction was. We did move some projects out and we reduced amounts for other events. All that being said, this is certainly the commission's decision to make. It's just, and you know, whether you want to do this now or after you take public testimony, but something giving us very clear direction in the form of a motion will help to ensure that we can actually discern what the commission would like us to do.
Well, since Commissioner McGregor had the middle figure recommended here on centennial events, and since the commissioners have been scrambling to try and find funds for broadband, I move that the commission fund $38,000 for the centennial events. Is there a second?
I'll second.
So it's been moved and seconded to reduce the centennial events from 76,000 to 38,000. I just have a question and a comment. You know, I'm not in favor of that because I think that, let's face it, you know, you don't have 100-year birthdays very often, and 38,000 is not going to get us too far. So I'd rather that be closer to 50,000. However, what's the effect of doing that? So then where does the 38,000 go? Does that reduce the tax levy, Matt?
No, it reduces your spend on the tax levy. So you've created 38,000 to spend elsewhere, essentially.
Why does it
in
not
this
reduce
case-
the tax levy? Do you have to have that tax levy is an exact 1% increment? Does it have to be exactly 1%? I mean, you know, rather Or can we give this money back to the taxpayers? Matt, that's a question.
Fair enough. That would be up to you guys to decide how you want to spend that 38,000 or not. You can certainly take less than the 1% if you so desire.
Okay, Commissioner Zeta?
I would support taking 0% additional, less than the 1%, but as I started this discussion with Commissioner McGregor and I have been looking for money to allocate toward broadband. And there's an extra 30-some thousand to allocate toward broadband, almost 40.
Gotcha, Commissioner Zeta. My recollection is also that Commissioner McGregor talked about using the real estate investment fund and putting some real money towards broadband, which I guess we have not gotten to that yet. So I turn it back to you, Sam, for a comment.
Great. We'd like to find out more about that.
Go ahead, Sam.
Staff moved broadband to the capital budget and placed a placeholder in there of $50,000 drawn upon cash reserve. Should a project present itself for additional investment, then the commission could choose to increase that amount. But given that we don't have a proposal or anything, we definitely heard the commission that you wanted the ability to support a broadband project. So, but we moved that to the capital budget, so it doesn't need to be included on this tax levy budget.
So, by putting a placeholder in there, should something come about that we need additional funding, one of the funds I suggested we look at, which will be up to staff to bring back to the new commission, because it'll probably happen later in next year, is that the real estate investment fund has $456,000 in it that could be used, but we would have to tweak the language on that restricted fund and make sure we're in compliance to be able to pull that or any portion of that out to be used for broadband development, as well as with our other entities, the county, the tribes, and the PUD, as well as the port. So there's money potentially available in there, but at least having 50,000 in there as a placeholder means that we've thought about it, we've got money in there, and then it'll be up to the new commission starting in January on how much of that 456 comes forward once we have some kind of an idea of what our skin in the game needs to be in order to facilitate the development.
Commissioner Zeta?
Yeah, that's great, Commissioner McGregor. So maybe we can use some or all of that 456,000 for broadband. We've got the 50,000 placeholder. That's really not close to our target of at least 200,000 for broadband. If we reduce the centennial events to 38,000, that gives us 38,000 to potentially reduce the 1% tax on taxpayers. You expressed your interest in having less of a burden on taxpayers, and we're halfway there if we do that, more than halfway there.
Commissioner Zeta, therefore, would you like to modify your motion to somehow include when you reduce the centennial events from 76 to 38,000, would you also like to earmark that $38,000 savings to a reduction in the tax levy?
I'd like to deal with that separately when we have gone through the rest of the budget. For now, I'd just like to hit Commissioner McGregor's target on the centennial events.
Very well. It's been moved and seconded to adjust the tax levy uses by reducing the centennial events budget from $76,000 to $38,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thanks. Commissioner Zeta, did you have additional questions, or you were going through the slides?
Well, while we're on this page, Commissioner McGregor, did you have other things on this page?
No, not at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's see. I had a
Commissioner, if I
question.
could call point of order, please.
Pam, you have a
Yeah.
point of order?
I'm just hoping to keep the integrity of your process in place. You're in the middle of a public hearing right now, and I believe it would be most proper for you to keep your questions de minimis at this point, and then hear the testimony, and then save instructions for staff either at our workshop for next session or later in the evening. But right now, you're right in the middle of a public hearing, and I think it would be adhering to protocol for you to take the public testimony and then close out the hearing.
Well, you're
Thank you.
exactly correct, Executive Director Gibney. I do have a script for a public hearing, and I realized that I just deviated from it. So my apologies to my fellow commissioners and to staff. There will be a chance, commissioners, for down the road for additional comments about this budget. I will now open this public hearing for public testimony, beginning with the first person on our list, which is, I have a list here, Charlotte Persons. You may begin your 3-minute testimony.
I do not see a Charlotte.
Very well. I'm going to go to the next person on the list that I have, which is Mr. Dennis Langens.
It's Dennis Langens, 2908 Country Club Road, Northwest, Olympia, Washington, 98502.
Thank you, Dennis. Go ahead.
I really don't have much to say. I guess I've been saying it for years, so it's kind of worn out. But I guess the main achievement this year has been the deletion of the loss before tax levy presentation to the taxpayers. We still don't have a breakdown of the general obligation bond costs for the operating units. So we still continue to live in a fantasy. What's interesting about the loss before tax levy, that happens to be the commission approved first financial measurement, and you don't measure it. So I don't know what to say. I guess, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langens. Next, we have Sue Danver. Sue Danver, would you like to give public comment at this time on the budget?
Let me get her moved over here. Sue is not here.
In that case, I'm going to move on to Helen Wheatley. Helen Wheatley, are you here? And would you like to give public comment on the proposed operating budget?
Helen is not in attendance.
Okay, very well. Thank you. How about Ms. Patton? Would you like to give public testimony on the budget?
Hi there, Deborah Patton. Hi there, Deborah Patton, 3050 Glen Air Lane, Northwest, Olympia, 98502, District 3, unincorporated Thurston County. I am a member of the POCAC, and I'm on the Centennial Subcommittee. And I did speak with you all last month about this, but I just have a couple additional comments. One, I want to appreciate Executive Director Gibney's report on the 99th anniversary of the Port of Olympia, which I think the date of that anniversary was November 7th, which I think was yesterday. And I did very much enjoy the historic photos that she presented. As I mentioned last month, the POCAC very much desires that there is a robust funding of the Centennial events and the Centennial project. And from last month's meeting, it was our understanding that the project would come from the capital budget, but that the events would come from the operating budget. And part of that, part of the events and activities included a publication of the book, the update for the 100 years, which would go to all the public libraries and the state library and the school libraries in the county. And so we're 100% in favor of that. We would love to see the event up at the Capitol Rotunda, going back to the, roaring 20s. So we're just totally behind this, the POCAC is, and we hope that you will robustly fund this through either the capital budget or the operating budget. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Patton. That's all the names I have on my list, but I did see one more person with a name up, somebody by the name of John Cezanne. John, would you like to give public comment?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Just one sec. Okay. I'm at 303 41st Avenue Northeast, Olympia. And I'd like to make a few comments on the port budget. As a retired business owner, a concerned taxpayer, and a property owner in the county, I know our tax dollars could be invested in a more productive manner. Property taxes are rising considerably for homeowners in 2022. And I appreciate Commissioners Zeta and Downing for urging port staff to find a way to avoid another annual 1% increase for the port. But in the meantime, the port terminal continues to be a drain, and there is no evidence that it benefits the citizenry of Thurston County. Losses year after year continue to be in excess of $1 million. I've heard the argument that these are not real losses, that it's just depreciation and accounting gimmick. But that is a false argument. Depreciation is real. Case in point is the capital investments required for the terminal in this budget. $350,000 for paving, $510,000 for a sweeper, and then there's the debt payment service of $4.6 million. There are assets at the port that are non-performing, such as the crane. These are real costs. We should be taking a hard look at reducing these financial burdens that require the continual support of taxpayers. And as I previously have asserted in prior comments, the continued operation of the shipping trees from our port is not productive for our community, other than providing a few scant jobs. The continual truck traffic up and down Plum Street is a nuisance and environmentally damaging. And I don't like to see our trees being shipped to Asia. So I urge the commissioners to reject this current budget proposal for capital investments at the port. Let's not make further capital investments in a loser that the terminal has become. And let's redirect that investment into other projects that have the potential to grow our community and to meet the challenges of our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cezanne. There being no further testimony, I will close the public testimony portion of this public hearing. It is now time for the commission to discuss this matter. So commissioners, back to us. Is there any other items, Commissioner McGregor or Zeta, that you'd like to get clarification or have discussion on? Commissioner Zeta, please.
We don't have response to public comment?
We do not. We do
Okay.
not. It's a public hearing. It's a little different format.
Okay. I would like some answers that the public has asked questions to, and I understand that we're not likely to get those, but if we could just look at the pages of our slideshow that deal with this. Let's look at slide 13, please. So here's the airport, New Market and Clean Water. Oops. Airport Newmarket and Clean Water Center. I'm looking through each of these summaries, and I want to thank staff for providing these summaries. And I'm trying to see what I know about our first financial measure, which we don't have information on here, the loss before tax levy. So I don't know of any major debts in Airport Newmarket and Clean Water Center. There may be some. Does staff know about any major debts in this area?
Well, the debt payments are of course on the non-operating budget, and so they're not reflected on the operations budget for any of the business units.
I understand that. I'm just trying to recall if there are any major debts in this area. I don't recall any major debts in this particular area. Though we will, of course, incur debt if we move forward with the Panatone for the Habitat Conservation Plan, the Chemy Street road shift, and I don't know what else. Let's move on to the Marina Summary. That's on slide 15. I think we spent about $3.5 million on the Marina fuel dock, and that was all debt. And the just trying to fill in some of the missing blanks here. And that, as I recall from the pro forma that we got in around 2016, it would take us the lifetime of the fuel dock to pay that debt if we met certain very optimistic criteria or assumptions, which I don't believe we're meeting. So that's the major debt that I'm aware of here, that 3.5 million. If we move down a couple more pages to the marine terminal. Could we go to slide 17, please? The major debts I'm aware of here are, of course, the crane, which was around 5 million, the log loaders, which were about 3 million in 2017, and the stormwater treatment facility, which was around 13 million. So that's about 20 million in debt there. Some of it's been paid, and how that affects our loss before tax levy, I don't know. I think it's negative. If we move down to the next one, real estate, that's slide 19. The major debt I'm aware of here is the Lacey CBC. There may be others that I'm not aware of. We spent 6.5 million on Lacey CBC about 3 or 4 years ago. And that was, I believe, all debt. And we'll be carrying that for quite a while. Of course, that one also incurs a balloon payment in 2026, which we'll figure out what to do with in 5 years, maybe sooner. So how that affects our loss before tax levy, I don't know, but that's at least one major debt in this area. So that's a partial answer to public questions and to our first financial measure, which I trust will be reported at some point this year. I'll say.
Oh, Commissioner Zeta, you're muted. Did you say you're done, or what'd you say?
Oh yeah, I'll yield to other commissioners for this time and ask my others later.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeta. How about you, Commissioner McGregor?
No, I've been over this a number of times. We've had several meetings on it, so I'm pretty satisfied with what we've got.
Good. Thank you. Matt, could you go back to slide 24, please? Well, commissioners, we have, so far we're looking at, I draw your attention to centennial events, which we've voted on to reduce that to 38,000. I'm just don't think that's enough to celebrate and bring the recognition to the Port of Olympia that we might be able to do next year. So I really like that to be 50,000. So right now it's at 38. So, but then as I look to community events, which is line 3, they have a budget of 47,000 for next year. And I think especially since the same staff member is more or less overseeing both of these items, centennial events and community events, that we should shift some of that money from community events to centennial events to at least make it 50,000. So that would involve shifting 12,000 out of community events, which are, you know, not every one of those items really needs to be funded. I mean, I was going to ask that question a couple meetings back of some of these events that we fund every year, such as beer festivals and Oli on Ice. And I don't want to pick out any one item. I'd leave that up to port staff to manage that. But I would like to, at this time, make a motion to move 12,000 out of community events and move it into centennial events, which would then make the centennial event 50,000. I think that that's bare minimum what we can do to put on nice activities, and our staff has been through the many different activities that we might be able to entertain next year. Do I have a second for that?
I'll second that. I think staff could be able to find some money in the budget, in the operating part of the budget, to supplement that 38 up to 50. So, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner McGregor. Comments, Commissioner Zeta?
Discussion?
So it's been moved and seconded to move 12,000 from community events into centennial events, bringing the centennial event total to 50,000. Now we can have discussion. Commissioner Zeta, go ahead.
Yeah. I want to thank Jenny Foley-Jones for her careful presentation of her careful process of deciding which community events should be funded at what levels. And I respect that she and her staff made hard decisions and used a consistent rubric for funding those community events. And I think we would be, I don't think we should micromanage our staff's careful process by asking them to change that. Jenny did a good job with that, as she always does. She has a fair process, she has fair criteria, and she did a good job on funding the community events that meet our criteria without blowing our budget. So I think it would be disrespectful to staff to reduce the community events budget. It's carefully balanced and carefully considered.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeta, for that comment. And I would just like to respond by saying, in terms of micromanaging, I think we've already micromanaged by reducing centennial events, which happens to be overseen by that same staff member you mentioned. And that staff member came up with a figure of 76,000, and we cut it in half. So that's what I call micromanaging. But I think that I agree with Commissioner McGregor that staff can find a way to satisfy both of these objectives in our 2022 budget.
Yeah, I would agree. I'm not trying to micromanage what she's got, but let's see if she can find some hidden pockets of money somewhere, under a tree, in a tree, whatever.
So it's been moved and seconded to adjust the community events budget from 47 to 35,000 and to increase the centennial events budget from 38,000 to 50,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Thank you, commissioners. Is there anything else before we move on with this public hearing?
Yes, let's look at the capital investment plan. That's that very dense sheet. Which slide is it this time? It is slide 8. So there's changes every time, and I'm trying to track them. This writing is so tiny, it's a little hard to track from version to version. Let's see, it looks like one change is the habitat conservation plan mitigation was cut from 100,000 to 50,000. Is that correct, Mr. Peach?
That's correct.
Why is that okay?
Well, we're trying to create a budget that's cash neutral. And so we're trying to budget in ways that we don't want a deficit spend essentially. So we're trying to find ways to make that work.
Okay.
And we also understand that we need a mitigation plan at 50K this year, and assuming next year and in the future, it'll probably increase as well. But this is a starting point for us.
Okay. And then the other major change that you had mentioned was that the Marina Electrical, there's a new 292,000 for Marina Electrical. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we did a lot of work on Marina Electrical in the last year or two, and I recall staff saying we saved a lot of money on it because we did because of our great maintenance. Oh, Lisa, you're not muted. Lisa Parks, you're not muted. I recall staff saying how much money we saved on the Marina Electrical by doing the work internally with this great new maintenance program. And now all of a sudden there's an additional 292,000 for Marina Electrical this year. And that's kind of a surprise. And if we didn't have that 292,000 here, we could definitely save the taxpayers that 1% tax increase, which is only 69,000, and we'd still have 200,000 for other good stuff. So I need to understand why the Marina Electrical, this big bill, has come up despite the claims that we had saved a lot of money on this by doing it internally. And is that all really necessary this next year?
Well, I will invite Lisa to speak to that, but I will tell you that we did save money on that. But this is just a continuation, and it's a health and safety issue at the docks. So that's why it's on the budget.
And this is the first time we've seen it, is that correct?
That's right.
So if I may, I can try to explain this one. So the Marina Electrical replacement project was a capital line item in the 2021 capital budget. The original amount was, I believe, $498,000. The initial project was only to address some of the docks in an attempt to try and be conservative and ensure that we got the project completed for the amount of money. The project, Traverse Electric did a great job of doing that. The reason this project is now on the budget for 2022 is in part a function of timing. We were trying to get the engineering and the competitive bid process done so that that could be constructed before the end of this year. And we really weren't able to do that. And so this 292,000, it is in total a little bit more than the 498 by about I think it's $130,000 or so, but it will completely replace the electrical pedestals on docks B and C. And then those pedestals will be in a position, some of those will be in a position to be refurbished to be able to complete some replacements on LDOC, which would completely replace the electrical pedestals on the Swantown Marina docks. The 2019 asset assessment actually expected or anticipated that it would be about $900,000 total to do that project. So we are asking the commissioners consideration for this $292,000 as a continuation of that project with a little extra to get us to the finish line.
Well, thanks for that explanation, Lisa. When this first came before us a couple of years ago, Commissioner McGregor and I strongly supported funding the electrical repairs on the docks because you can't mess around with electrical safety. If it needs to be done, it needs to be done. And I still agree with that. I'm just really surprised to see this huge expense added to our capital investment plan at this late in the game, partly because it's big, partly because it's late, but also because the maintenance budget has grown in every area of the port significantly. And that gives me pause. We have claims that maintenance is being very cost effective, but what I see is the maintenance budget getting really big, and we still have very expensive maintenance projects like this and like the paving. So I would be much happier if this could come out of the maintenance budget. It absolutely should be done if it's necessary. You don't mess around with electrical safety, but the maintenance budget is just blown up. And I'd like to see this come out of the maintenance budget.
Thanks, Commissioner Zeta, for that comment. I would just like to say that I appreciate your paying attention to the finer aspects of this budget. I had not noticed that that was in there. And so my only follow-up related question of Lisa is, so the original project and the original project was 900. So how much do you think that we'll be spending, including what we spent plus what we have in the capital plan here? Can you just reiterate the kind of savings we're achieving by doing much of this work in-house?
So the asset assessment anticipated a $900,000 cost to this. The 2021 budget narrative for this capital line item showed $50,000 had been spent, or $52,000 had been spent in 2020, and the $498,000 then in 2021. We were able to do the majority of the docks in 2021 for the original project at a cost of approximately, excuse me here, about $360,000 or so. And so out of the 498, but the $292,000 was obviously more than we had left in this capital budget for 2021. By about 133,000. So in essence, what we're asking is for of the 292, only 133,000 would be additional dollars in 2022. The remaining portion of that would have been money that would already have been spent in 2021 if we had gotten around to that. So in total, I'm sorry, I'm not very good at math right now without my calculator, but we're looking at 498,000 plus 133 is about 630,000 approximately. So the total amount for the replacement project is about just under $300,000 less than what was anticipated in the asset assessment, if my math is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Lisa, I'm confused by part of that. You said that of this 292,000, we've already spent 100 and some?
No, I'm sorry. It's hard to explain. So of the $498,000 that was budgeted in the capital budget for 2021, only 360,000 approximately has been spent. Part of the reason that, again, that this project is in the 2022 capital budget is because we've not been able to get the remaining docks completed. But so that the total amount of money to get the remaining of the docks completed is 292,000. But 133,000 of that was money that was originally budgeted, but not yet spent in 2021. Does that make more sense?
Part of this, Commissioner Downing.
Oh, go ahead,
I'm
Commissioner.
sorry. Apologize for that. Part of this money that was going to be allocated to do this was not all of the docks. I believe it was only a portion of them. Like JK, not even L, I think it was DEF and GHI, I think were the two that they were going through. And so they are in the process now of needing to do B and C and maybe even a portion of L using some of the remnants from B and C remodel and reconstructing the pedestals. And I think it's important that we have an electrical system on our docks that is reliable, is not going to shock people, shock fish, shock whatever's in the water, because that's where it goes when it comes out of the system and it's shorted. So it's important to keep the boats properly grounded, and that's all part of the system that is out there. And when you have wires drooping or conduits drooping into the water, that's not a good situation. So I'm, as Commissioner Zeta, I'm still in favor of getting the place up to date. And a lot of this times, this maintenance has been deferred over so many years that they're way past their life cycle and should have been replaced a long time ago. So due to code improvements and code updates, some of those pedestals are, I don't think at one time were even grounded when they were put in. But in any event, I know there's been issues out there. So thank you.
So I completely agree with Commissioner McGregor that you don't mess around with electrical. If it needs to be fixed or replaced, you got to do it. You can't take those risks. However, on page 28 of our big budget book, the maintenance expenses for the marina were about $235,000 in 2020, and they were proposed to be $472,000 for 2022. That's almost double. And now with this additional 292, they would be triple. That's a big jump. And that is pretty consistent with the other units. The maintenance budget has just blown up in every unit. On the marine terminal, it's gone from 375 to 437K. And I could go on through the rest of them. So we were already proposing to about double the maintenance budget on the marina, and now we're proposing to triple it. And I don't know what's going on with maintenance. Here's the airport. The airport maintenance budget in 2020 was 884K. It's proposed to double this year to 1.6 million. The maintenance budget's blowing up everywhere, proposing to triple it here. Something's fishy.
Well, I think those are good points you raised, Commissioner Zeta. And so, I mean, I can only, I understand the common refrain, which is that we're bringing more of the maintenance work in-house and we're lowering our outside professional services. And I think that's a positive thing to do. Keeps our jobs closer to the port and closer to the community. I think those are valid questions you raise. And I also would appreciate a little bit more explanation and perhaps our next work session or our next budget discussion. I think those are really excellent points and I appreciate you zeroing in on that. I'm sure there's good explanation.
Yeah, like we were supposed to save a lot of money on paving at the Marine Terminal. We're still spending a lot of money on paving at the Marine Terminal.
I don't have anything further. Commissioners, do you have anything further for tonight before we move on to our next agenda and close this public hearing?
Well, I would like to move that the 292K for the electrical at the marina be wrapped into other areas of the maintenance budget. It wasn't in our capital improvement plan before. This has been on our radar for many years. And I'm not comfortable adding this huge number on top of lots of other big jumps at this late date. Commissioners, what do you think?
At this time, I'd like to call. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call on our Executive Director Gibney.
Thank you, Commissioners. And certainly we at our, and our attention is for our next work session on the 15th for us to be able to respond to many of the questions and issues that were raised tonight. I would like to caution the commission that a capital project is defined both in accounting principles as well as in state law. And so this does appear on the capital budget because it is a capital project. And so it is would not comport with our accounting processes or our budgeting requirements to move this project into the operating budget. It simply is not an operating budget item. It is a capital budget item. And so it does need to remain there. If the commission wishes that chooses to reduce the capital budget, that is certainly within its prerogative, but it would be inadvisable for you to move this to the operating budget. It just doesn't, it won't comport with our requirements.
Or take some of the other huge maintenance budget jumps and put it towards this, and you can figure that out.
Well, Sam, I think that I don't have my budget book right next to me. I'm taking Commissioner Zita's word for it that this item appeared late in the ball game on the capital projects list. Again, as a standalone project, I think that it pencils out quite well. We've saved the port quite a bit of money by doing that work in-house. So kudos to Alicia and her crew. And it'd be great, Sam, if you could just revisit that internal maintenance and the trade-offs between reducing other outside expenses and increasing our in-house maintenance. So it sounds like you want to just revisit that at our next work session. Well, it sounds like we're at the, go ahead.
Is that clear? Sam?
Do you want to restate it, Commissioner McGregor?
No, I want to make sure Sam understands it because we haven't. I want to make sure we're giving her direction as we promised we would do in the form of a motion or something like that, so she knows what to do.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to also be clear that we have had a portion of the electrical work done to date by in-house crews. We also have contracted it out because we do not have licensed electricians on staff. So a good portion of it actually went to outside contractors to do that. And so that would be in this case too. There'd just be some of the work that could not be performed by in-house staff, as well as when we do look to do public works type projects, we are required to, we can't just automatically do them ourselves. If they're a maintenance project, it's one thing. If it's a public works project, it's a different thing. We have state requirements that make sure that we are not kind of competing against the contractor world is a short way of saying it. So I'm not exactly sure what the commission is. I think that the issue here is we had a project on this year for a variety of reasons that included both changes in staff as well as things that are very bottlenecked up in the contracting world and in the supply chain. We were not able to finish and to expend all the money that was authorized in 2021. So this project, while it looks like an expensive new project, is actually just a continuation. And as Commissioner McGregor mentioned, we've actually extended the scope of the project to be able to redo more of the docks, but it's only about $130,000 more than what was already authorized in this year. So but that is on the capital budget, and that's where I think is I'm certainly unclear as to what the direction is, because it's not necessarily a very fluid thing for us to just take a project from the capital budget and move it to the maintenance project. State law doesn't allow us to do that. Accounting practices don't readily allow us to do that. So yeah, I'm not exactly clear as to what the direction is.
Okay, so we need to clarify, so we make sure we get the answers to the questions. And we got to be sure to clarify the questions so she knows how to answer them. So anyway, it sounds like there's 160,000 of that 292 that's going to be carryover into the next budget. So the additional funding is about 130,000. And with that carryover money and the 130,000 additional, we will be able to get B and C docks done and potentially have product in the form of boxes for LDOC as well.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
So perhaps you could bring back a breakdown of that with showing how the 900,000 started and where we went and how.
Certainly, yeah, and I can do that. And again, we could, we don't have a provision where we automatically carry our capital projects over from year to year. The commission actually has to authorize that. But if it makes it clearer for the commission, we can put down that there's an amount being carried over from this current year, and that we're asking for about $133,000 additional authorization for this year.
Okay.
That part I understand.
Okay.
Well, and the other thing is, okay, thank you, Commissioner McGregor. And the other thing is Commissioner Zeta raised the point, in every unit, maintenance expenses are going up considerably. So it'd be great to have some explanation of that, specifically, because, we're expected to approve this budget.
Absolutely. We can do that at the next work session. And just in short, I would answer that we are seeing great cost effectiveness. And again, we are addressing quite a backlog of deferred maintenance. And so we're finishing those items and getting a lot of work done, but you are seeing some additional costs. And I will bring more detail of those to you at the next work session.
Thank you. Can we go back to slide 12? Maybe this is related. If we could just pull up the PowerPoint and go back to slide 12, which is total port operating budget. Well, thank you. So, this is big picture. So revenue increasing by $1 million over 2021 projected and 2021 budget, and then operations expense going up by roughly speaking $1 million, and maintenance expense going up, depending on which number you look at, by another $1 million. So those are the maintenance expense and the operations expense that cuts into our net operating revenue. The revenue is great, the overall revenue, but operations expense and maintenance expense are going up more than proportionately. So I think that's what we would like an explanation for. Because at the end of the day, I think all the commissioners want to see the port have better bottom line.
And indeed, and we can explain that some of those definitely, and we'll give you more detail on the maintenance expenses. There have been quite extensive increases in cost of insurance and other things that are beyond our control that Matt has covered with you previously, but we're more than happy to refresh your memories on those in our next work session.
Okay, then the commission will meet again at our regular public meeting on November 22nd at 5:30 p.m. for the purpose of adopting the port's final 2022 budget. The port's proposed budget, including the capital investment plan, is on the port's.
I have another motion to make, Commissioner Downing.
Oh, very well. Commissioner Zeta, go ahead.
So Commissioner Downing, you and I have both expressed a strong interest in not increasing the burden to taxpayers an additional 1%. Home valuations already going up, so people will be paying more, even if our tax rate stayed the same. Even if we don't take the 1%, people are going to pay more because their homes are valued more. If we also take the 1%, people are going to pay more still. So I move that the commission asks staff for a budget that would not take that extra 1%, a budget that is $69,000 less. Do I have a second? So we can compare that to the other budgets.
Now that would be the tax levy budget.
That's right. I think we're pretty close to that. I think we could do it, Commissioner Downing. So if we could just have one to look at, then we could evaluate that. Do I have a second that we should have that to at least look at?
I'm on the fence. Commissioner Zeta, I don't know where that 69,000 is going to come from if it doesn't come from the tax levy. So, I think that we did justice to avoid taking 239,000 out of bank capacity. I think that a 1% increase is allowable. I don't like it. I really would like to just leave it, as is, except for new construction.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. And our port staff has shown that they can make much bigger adjustments. They just made a $292,000 adjustment. And what we're asking for is to see what it looks like with that $69,000 adjustment. And then we can decide how it looks. I agree with you. I don't want to take it either.
Okay, I'll second for purposes of discussion. So it's been moved and seconded to recommend to staff that the tax levy include the 2021 levy amount plus the levy increase for new construction plus the administrative refund re-levy. It's been moved and seconded. Commissioner, any commissioners like to give comment on this? I'm looking at slide 23, by the way.
So what you're suggesting is that we take that $69,000 out of there just to see what it looks like. You haven't agreed on anything yet, right?
That's correct.
And so we would see what this looks like when we do the November 15th work session.
That's right.
That's when it will be brought forward. So I mean, so what are you hoping to? You'll just go down by 69,000, so it'll be just under 7.1 million.
Yep.
So when you take that and put it over on the other side, then we've got to come up with some different numbers out of the budget of the tax levy uses.
Yep.
That's up to you guys. I'll vote no.
So it's been moved and seconded to create a budget that includes create a budget for future discussion that includes the 2021 levy amount, the levy increase for new construction, and the administrative refund re-levy. Before we vote on that, I have just another comment. Well, it's for me not to vote on that would be for me to go along with that and just try to see what it looks like would be a departure from the last 5 years, I think, in my case. But I think that, you know, I have full faith in this executive director of ours to find a way to make it work. I mean, I think that overall it's a great budget, but we did find some things that need additional looking at. So with that, I'm going to ask for the vote on this item. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Apologies, Matt. I know that makes extra work for you, but I know you can do it.
We'll get it done.
Okay, Commissioner Zeta, can we move on now? Great. Again, the port's proposed budget, including the capital investment plan, is on the port's website at www.portolympia.com. So with that, commissioners and staff, I'd like to make a motion for a 6-minute break because we have 3 more agenda items, which might take a while or not, but we've been at this for 3 hours. So is there a motion? Do you concur? A short break, 6 minutes?
Concur and recommend agenda management next time.
Well, these are heavy things and you can agenda management all you want to, but these are some heavy things to talk about. So thank you.
Okay, 6 minutes. Thank you. The old days when we used to have.
Oh, we're back. Here we go.
What we need is Lisa Parks for our next. Okay, thank you everyone for that being punctual. Next we have the lot memo of understanding. Lisa Parks, our own Lisa Parks, Port Capital Investments Planning, Environmental Programs and Interim Administrative Services Director. What a title. Lisa.
Thank you, commissioners. So I'm going to be presenting to you a draft memorandum of understanding from between Lot and the Port of Olympia. If you could go to the next slide, please. So essentially, Lot is preparing a wastewater resources management plan. They're required to do that as a part of their regulatory compliance. That management plan is essentially a long-term strategy to help them identify how they'll meet the future wastewater needs of their service area. It identifies new projects. It helps them understand their long-range capital needs so they can begin to plan for those capital investments. It helps them recognize and accommodate different changing conditions in the environment. Things like population growth, septic conversion rates, different permit requirements, and those types of things. It also allows them to consider related planning efforts, sea level rise, reclaimed water infiltration studies, some of their biological process improvements, those types of activities that they do on a regular basis and need to consider in their long-term planning needs. And again, specific to this MOU, it identifies need for critical infrastructure, including critical infrastructure at their Butt Inlet Treatment Plant, which is located here on the Port Peninsula. So the lot staff came to you in July of this year and gave you a presentation on their efforts. And since that time, they've been working with port staff to draft a memorandum of understanding, which simply commits to working in good faith to develop a purchase and sale agreement for property that's in the vicinity of 608 Washington Street that lot needs for some of that critical infrastructure for the Butt Inlet Treatment Plant. Next slide, please. So in essence, the MOU has a stated purpose of being an expression of the parties' intent to enter into negotiations for a purchase and sale agreement. The recitals establish related facts, expresses the mutual commitment to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement. It outlines some basic steps in the process. These are not by any stretch the complete steps in a process that the port would need to go through to actually implement a sale of property to lot, but it talks about finalizing the purchase and sale agreement and the property boundary by March 30th of 2022. It talks about collaborating on creating a single lot through a boundary line adjustment process. And the goal would be to try and complete a purchase and sale by June 30th of 2022. But it also acknowledges that closing on a purchase and sale agreement is heavily dependent on, for example, the boundary line adjustment approval by the City of Olympia. So that is stated as a goal. In essence, the general conditions outlined in the MOU would indicate that the port would have the ability to continue to use the property for parking for a period of 10 years. It does acknowledge that after a 5-year period of time with 180 days notice, lot could terminate that parking use, and the port would have to find an alternate location for that parking. The property is to be used for that intended purpose only, and would allow the port to repurchase the property if it isn't used for the intended purpose by lot by 2050. And again, it's not a specific commitment to buy or sell. It says that expressly, but rather it is a statement of intent to begin negotiations. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of the site plan that lot provided to you in the in your meeting on July 6th. I apologize, my circle seems to have navigated a little bit in the conversion of this to a PowerPoint. The circle and subject property should be a little bit farther to the right. There are two blue circles in a nice yellow square indicated by parcel A. That is the an area where they've identified a need for additional clarifiers for their wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. And I am able to answer any questions. I believe the next steps in the process, lot staff is taking this draft MOU to their board of directors before, I believe tomorrow, sometime this week. The intent would be to try and enact and sign the MOU prior to the end of the year.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner McGregor, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Lisa. Can we go back to that one that shows the circle?
Yeah.
I think it's a slide, right? So the circle should be around that yellow square. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the piece? They're not looking at the current parking that is right adjacent to the farmer's market there, right? Across the street.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. I apologize. I'm not sure exactly what happened there.
Well, that's okay. I want to make sure I'm understanding it. So are they, in the presentation, I saw you say something about we could use it for parking at 5 years with 180 days notice. So will these clarifiers above ground or are they underground?
I I believe at this point in time, they're looking at them as being above ground. Sam may be able to clarify that, but I think the idea is, when you're planning for utilities, you need to plan for utilities and service and capacity for, minimally a 50-year period of time. So this is their plan. They may or may not need this property in the next, 5 to 10 years, but they need it to be able to have control of the property for purposes of showing that they have done their planning as they need to for their regulatory compliance. So as far as I know, they are currently planned to be above ground clarifiers.
Okay. So the parcel right next to it that has the rectangular and square blue buildings, is that already existing, or is that?
I believe that shows there as a lot owned parcel. I believe that is already owned by Lot.
Right. When we bought these, Lot bought that piece from Fish and Wildlife, and we bought the what is the yellow square there from Fish and Wildlife because they were selling them off, and so we each bought one. Lot's intention at that time was to take that warehouse that either is there or was there down and use that for I think probably the clarifiers. Now maybe that's changed and they need that piece of property. But so if we had it for 5 years, would we lease it back from them for $1?
Yeah, I don't think that's what we would negotiate in the purchase and sale agreement process. Would be, what is the sale price? What is a fair market value of that? What are our costs associated with needing to ensure that we are providing the parking that's currently our parking obligations as they are currently met on this parcel, and what would be the expectation in terms of us being able to continue to use it. All of those things would be further negotiated and decided in the actual purchase and sale agreement.
Okay, is it the parking that is there now and that is tied to tenant leases that are across the street at the Market Square or whatever it's called? Or
yes,
I mean, maybe you don't know that. I don't know.
I don't know the specifics other than to tell you that the parking that is currently there is a combination of both satisfying lease obligations as well as we have a couple of different license agreements that are similar to leases, but they are a license to use property for purposes of parking at this point.
So is there an option on that triangular piece that runs adjacent to the or parallel with the railroad there? I know there's some cars parked there in the picture, but can that be used to substitute for what we'd be giving up in the way of parking if we sell that? Would that meet the requirement?
Yeah, I believe that is one option. That is something that we need to that we would need to resolve when the parking that's currently happening on the lot in question would cease. Minimally, we have at least the intent in the MOU is that we minimally have at least 5 years to continue to use that parcel for parking purposes.
Okay. Well, I'm not a big proponent of selling port land, but if you have a need to process something that is not that great to have around into something that is more usable and purified and able to discharge into the water, then I guess there's a public good aspect to this because they're going to be growing as the community grows. But any event, I'm just interested in making sure we don't create a problem for our tenants with the parking needs, but yet we have to try to work with our neighbors. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
Commissioner Zeta.
Lisa, is 608 Washington Street on the parcel that we're considering sharing with Lot?
Yes, that is the address of the property, and they want they're looking to do a little bit of a boundary line adjustment to go a little bit farther to the north.
So we have a building there now that has not been used for many years.
Yes, I'm not actually sure if there's still much of a building there, but currently it is primarily vacant with some parking occurring.
Yeah, there's a building there. It has 3 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom. It was used as an office years ago, and it was proposed to be used as storage for emergency supplies by Interfaith, or one of the organizations that help homeless people. And I guess they wouldn't, they're still interested in possibly doing that, but I guess that wouldn't be a possibility. I don't know, maybe it still would.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not aware of that. My newness is coming back to haunt me at this point.
We've got a key to it. Somebody could give you a tour sometime if you want. It's a usable building, but it makes sense for us to help Lot meet their needs. They provide a critical service for the community, and it's going to be increasingly difficult with sea level rise.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for bringing this to us, Lisa.
Certainly.
So I had a question, Lisa. What about that parcel C? So you think does Lot have designs upon that as well? The shark fin?
Yes. Yes. It's my understanding that's much more speculative. You see, it's hard to read on this list, but it's listed as a potential advanced treatment process. They've not asked that this be considered, that property be considered as part of this negotiation. So at this point in time, it appears that they may have, it's identified as considered for acquisition, but at this point, they're not currently asking for that.
Well, so you could say that it behooves us to put something on that parcel C so that it's less available, because you might say.
Yes, you might say that.
I don't know if I would say that. I mean, Lot provides a valuable public service, and that side of the peninsula is less vulnerable to sea level rise.
I see. Well, thank you all. If there's no other questions, we'll move on to the next item. Thank you, Lisa, for that presentation.
You're welcome. And I will correct that slide. My apologies again.
Next, we have Port Computing Incorporated Contract Extension. Matt Peach presenting. Hi, Matt.
Hi. Good evening again, commissioners. We'll wait for the slideshow here. So I'm presenting tonight. Go to the next slide. That's great. Thank you. On information services contract and a desire to extend the contract for an additional 3 months. And the port utilizes a third party for information technology services, including hardware and software support. The port entered into a contract with Port Computing Services, Inc. in January of 2013. The current contract with PCI expires December 31st, 2021. And staff is preparing a new competitive solicitation for IT services that will be issued in the next few weeks. Next slide, please. IT provides essential support to the commission, staff, and port operations. They are instrumental in infrastructure design and management, network design and implementation, and software and phone support. They provide technical management to include network security, data backup, and network communication. Next slide, please. Extending the contract will ensure continuity of service throughout the competitive bid process. Staff is proposing a limited contract extension to the current agreement with PCI. This will allow time for a thorough RFP and queue process during late 2021 and early 2022 to ensure proper evaluation and vetting, and allows time for training and transfer of knowledge should a new vendor be selected. Next slide, please. The extension would add an additional $66,000 to the current contract. Next slide. As mentioned, the current amendment would extend the contract through March 31st, 2022, Authorize additional fee for the extension of 66,000 and a total not to exceed $379,040 through Q1 of 2022. Next slide. Questions and comments, please.
Commissioners, do you have any questions about this item?
Go ahead, Commissioner Zeta.
Thanks for bringing this to us, Mr. Peach. So could we go back up to, I think it was the first slide? Great. So the port entered into a contract with PCI in 2013. And to my knowledge, that contract has not gone out to bid since that time. Is that correct?
We've been with PCI since then, so I'm not sure on that, but on the specifics, but I know we've been with PCI since then.
Yep, that's my understanding too. I'm glad to see that this is properly going out to bid now. And I understand the need for some overlap. So this seems like probably the right thing to do.
Can I go ahead, Commissioner?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. So I got a question. We approved a grant, receiving some grant dollars not too long ago. I think it was maybe in September for some work to be done, I think on the Marine Terminal through Homeland Security. Are they going to be working on that and have it done by March, or what's the plan there? Do you know?
No, most of that project will be also going out to bid as well, as far as proposals. Certainly whomever is our IT support will be instrumental and involved in that project, but that is a separate project from this contract.
So Matt, are you all done, Commissioner McGregor? Is that your only question? Matt, can you go forward one slide? Next slide. Next slide, please. So on this slide, let's see. 2021 contract amendment. So what does this number represent? I wasn't following. 313,040.
So 313,000 is the current contract. Essentially what staff is asking for is an additional 3 months for the first quarter of 2022, which is 66,000. So the total would be the 379,040.
So, okay, well, if I look at 66,000, that's 22,000 a month times 12 is roughly 260,000. So that would be for 2021. So where did that 313,000? Could you break that down for me?
Sure. So the current contract is roughly $22,000 a month. And there's additional, there's a contingency in the contract for additional materials and repairs and special projects of 50,000. So the 22,000 times 12, as you mentioned, is roughly 263,000 plus the 50,000, 313,000. And then, so it's roughly $22,000 a month that we're asking for.
Thank you. Thank you. That's my question. Well, thanks, Matt. If there's nothing else, we'll let you go. Thank you.
I do have
Commissioner Zeta.
Are benefits for the PCI employee or employees additional on top of this, or is it all included?
No, this is their contract rate. This is the monthly, the 22,000 is the monthly charge.
Okay, so there's no additional benefits on top of that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Matt. Next, we have the item that we moved from the action calendar, and it's called Joint Resolution 2021-08, intent to collaborate with Thurston County on increase of commissioners. Our own Felicia Brown. Hi, Felicia.
Hello, good evening, Commissioners. This evening, we have the joint resolution of mutual intent between the Port Commission and the Board of Thurston County Commissioners. Next slide, please. And so what you have before you in your packet is a joint resolution of mutual intent. This commission met with the Board of Thurston County Commissioners on July 21st, 2021. During that meeting, it was agreed that there would be a joint resolution that establishes mutual intent to collaborate on respective ballot measures, asking voters whether to increase the number of commissioners and redraw district boundaries to provide voter clarity and lower costs to the extent possible. This commission discussed this item at advisory on October 25th, and the Board of County Commissioners discussed the joint resolution on October 19th. While there was no edits from the Board of County Commissioners, this commission did suggest some changes. I moved forward the changes that I saw as having to do with improving the clarity of the document from a drafting perspective. However, there were other changes that were not incorporated into the document that's presented this evening. Since the revised packet was put out, I've received additional changes from Commissioner Zeta, and I have also received a few changes from Commissioner Downing. Tonight, this was scheduled on the agenda for this commission for action, and it is scheduled for the Board of County Commissioners for action tomorrow. The joint resolution that's presented in the packet as is the draft resolution that we have agreement with the county commissioners. Any changes that we make will push out our timeline. And so I want to make the commission aware of that. Additionally, I was able to take Commissioner Zeta's changes and Commissioner Downing's changes and put them into a Word document. And if the commissioners would like, I can screen share that working with Shayla so that we can easily kind of go through that this evening. I think Shayla's giving me that, but I will wait until I get that request from the commission and answer any questions.
Thank you, Felicia. I'm trying to get ready for my comments and so on and so forth. Commissioners McGregor or Zeta, would you like to comment on this draft of the resolution tonight?
As far as screen sharing the red line version, thank you so much for putting that together, Felicia. And I think I would be fine with just receiving a copy by email and reading it, and then we can talk about it later because it's pretty late already.
And that's actually ready to go, and so I could send it out. It will not say anything except here you go, but I can share that this evening to keep the ball rolling.
That'd be fine with me if the other commissioners, unless the other commissioners want to go through the red line version tonight. But just for clarification, the last time we saw this, there were two resolutions. One saying we're going to work with the county, and the other one saying we might go it alone, basically.
So that was actually not the intent of there being two resolutions last time. There were two resolutions last time because we had the October 14th version, which we had shared with the county and we had agreement. And so they took it forward to their board and I took the October 14th version. And then before we posted our packet, we actually made a few slight grammatical changes. And those changes had to do with whether or not we said intent, shall, must, things like that. And so in that packet from the October 25th meeting, one resolution was dated October 14th, the other resolution was dated October 19th. And the purpose was to show that the October 14th version was the one that moved forward to the Board of County Commissioners, and the October 19th had changes from the October 14th version. And so while the distinction made them read differently, it was not to have two different proposals, but to show the difference between what we had agreement on and what we were going to be reviewing as a board here at the port.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm just trying to get clarity on the bottom line here. The bottom line is, I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that what we're proposing is to collaborate with the county and not to do this independently. Is that correct?
So the purpose of the joint resolution is to say that we intend to collaborate on simultaneous ballot measures. So it's about what the two agencies intend to do together. It is not to talk about specifically what the port will or will not do going forward.
Great, that was my interpretation of this version, so thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner McGregor and Zita, for your comments. So the reason why I am hesitant to sign this tonight or vote on it, and I asked it to be moved to advisory, thank you for supporting me in that, is that I went back and I listened to that entire hour where we met with the county commissioners, just to make sure that I had a good sense of, you know, what people were feeling and was that conveyed to the resolution in front of us. And, you know, I have to say that in my opinion, it wasn't 100% conveyed, because at the end of this draft, when it has, after you go through the whereases and then you get to now, therefore, what are we going to do? We say, generally speaking, that if Thurston County is determined to have 3,000 residents by May 2nd, 2022, then the Port Commission and Thurston County Commission will collaborate on efforts to draw new boundaries and agree to form a 3-member redistricting committee with the following members: Chair of the County Commission, Chair of the Port Commission, and the County Auditor. The County Auditor will serve as a non-voting member, providing technical guidance. So to me, that really doesn't say anything. That just doesn't say what the intent of that meeting was. And so, you know, I feel like my comments that I did convey to Valicia on October 24th, I said, and that's where Valicia quoted me in a way, I said, let's not put the cart before the horse. The first step is for each commission to vote on going to a 5-member commission. So, and that's not in there. And so then today, earlier today, this morning, I suggested adding language, 2 more sections. One section would read, if Thurston County is determined to have at least 300,000 residents by May 2nd, 2022, then the Thurston County Board of Commissioners intend to put the question of a 5-member commission to the voters in the November 2022 general election, semicolon. Then section 2 would read, if Thurston County does reach 300,000 residents by May 2nd, 2022, then the current Port Commission strongly recommends to the incoming 2022 Port Commission to put the question of a 5-member Port Commission to the voters in the November 2022 general election. Section 3 would be just as Felicia has written section 1 in the current draft. And so I feel like, you know, in reviewing that meeting back in July, I believe it was, and listening to the comments from the different, from Commissioner Menser, Gary Edwards, paraphrasing Senator Hunt's letter, Commissioner McGregor spoke, Commissioner Downing spoke, Commissioner Zita made a comment, and Ramiro, and everything was directed towards a unified action in 2022. And pretty much the Board of County Commissioners are counting on making it to 300,000 by May 2nd, 2022. So I would hope that we could modify this resolution to actually say what was discussed. And I feel like it's not saying right now what was discussed at that meeting.
Well, I guess we'll see what the county commissioners think about it tomorrow, right?
What do you think, Executive Director Gibney?
Actually, if the commission decides not to approve this tonight, I will call Ramiro and he will likely pull this from the agenda tomorrow. So they will not take action on it. When you're trying to sync these up, kind of like what we're doing with the city of Tumwater, someone has to have the controlling document. And so in this case, if we're offering to wanting to make changes, then we'll have to go back and coordinate with them again. So we have the exact same document to be considered.
Well, since it's on advisory, we're not going to approve it.
All right, so I'll have to call Ramiro in the morning and have him pull it. He will pull it from his agenda.
So
Well, what I'd like to get is some buy-in from my fellow commissioners. At our last meeting, I asked you to please review that tape of that meeting we had back in July. And I have all the quotes on this page right here. But I did review that meeting, and really, Commissioner Zeta, I respect your concern about what happens if they don't make it. Ramiro said, and I quote, "If county does not get there, it's all you," meaning the port. So really the issue was not discussed with the Thurston County Commissioners, and they're pretty much banking on getting to that 300,000 by May. And again, this is the resolution of intent. So we don't want to go too crazy over this, because now that we know who's coming into office, even if we didn't know, we do have a new commission coming in the first of the year. So we're really sending a recommendation to them, but we're not directing their action. So
if we pass a resolution, we are directing their action, and we can do that, and commissions do that all the time. If they choose to take another path, they can pass a different resolution, right? So we don't need to say we advise you to do this. We can just pass a resolution, and if they don't like it, they can change it.
I think we're trying to, okay, I'm kind of halfway with you. So in other words, we're trying to pass a resolution of intent. And, it's just, I'm not happy with this one. And I mean, I would ask you, Felicia, what happened to my suggestion? I can read you the email, but you, I'm sure, know that I sent you an email on October 24th. And I said, we need to say something in the now therefore section that both commissions intend to put it to a vote in the general election if the county gets to 300,000 residents. So what happened? How come it's not in there?
So on October 24th, your email to me said that you wanted to add the sentence, "If Thurston County is determined to have at least 300,000 residents by May 2nd, 2022, then the Port Commission and Thurston County Commission will both submit ballot measures to the voters on the November 2022 general election ballot, asking them to approve moving to a 5-person commission." If you go to the recitals of this joint resolution, you will see that essentially conveyed in the multiple paragraphs which explain the purpose of the joint resolution, it puts forth that there is a Thurston County census data being returned to the county. It puts forth the proposition that 300,000 residents are needed. It then goes on to talk about what the port's requirement is for the RCW. It put forth what the county's RCW requirements are for the RCW. It talks about the minimum resident requirements and what will happen if they're met. And that will lead to simultaneous ballot measures. And so essentially what that sentence would possibly put forth is already covered. That's partially why. Additionally, it was unclear from the sentence that you suggested where it would go and how it would actually modify the existing section 1. And so from a drafting purpose, I decided that this was actually covered in the existing language of the resolution, which is why I did not put it forth. Not because I didn't consider it, didn't think it was valuable, but because it was covered.
I see. So for my fellow commissioners, again, Felicia read it, but because I had forgotten that I sent this to Felicia, I rewrote it this morning. But what I wrote to her back on October 24th is to simply add, I'll read it exactly. On page 2, section 1, I think to avoid putting the cart before the horse, that sentence should read, if Thurston, that means replace it, that sentence should read, if Thurston County is determined to have at least 300,000 residents by May 2nd, 2022, then the Port Commission and the Thurston County Commission will both submit ballot measures to the voters on the November 22nd general election ballot, asking them to approve moving to a 5-person commission. And I feel that has to happen before there's any, you can't really start the redistricting process if the commission has not voted to go to 5 people. And further, if the county the population has not voted on it in the general election. I mean, maybe you can take a chance and start about a month early, but generally speaking, to avoid wasting taxpayer money, you have to actually know that the residents of this county want to go to a 5-person commission, either for the port, the county, or both.
Commissioner McGregor, we can't hear you. You've been trying to talk.
Sorry, that red button was on again. Can you send us, I got your email today and it's got some changes in there as well, but can you incorporate that all into a final, kind of a final draft, if you would, and send it back out so we can see how it flows and how it reads? And perhaps this can be taken up at the November, no, I'm not going backwards. November 22nd commission meeting with action other on it.
And Commissioner, just so you know.
I don't want
all
to
the
put things on
changes
the
are-
ballot or on the agenda, but
Yeah.
if we want to bring this forward, that would be the appropriate time. So I'll leave that up to you, but I would like to see a final draft.
All of the changes have been incorporated into a Microsoft Word document that's redlined, and Commissioner Downing's comment from October 24th is incorporated as a comment in the resolutions at the end so that it has full exposure to the commission.
So you can send that out as part of the packet for our November 22nd meeting.
Well, the one I'm looking at here, it's came in an email today and it says it's got the word intent in the topic line with a question mark. So I don't know, and then in background and overview, there's words in blue that say unclear ballot proposition that would authorize. So I don't know where all that fits into the
Yeah, so
overall
I've taken
grammar.
that document, Commissioner, and incorporated it with Commissioner Downing's separate email and put it all in one red line for you.
So did you send that to us?
No, I did that this afternoon.
Oh,
because I
okay,
realized that
okay.
it was going to be moved off of action item to advisory.
Okay, that's what I'd like to see. So,
Yes.
okay.
So Felicia, I think what you've got here is consistent with our conversation with the county commissioners. There's maybe just a little bit of language cleaning up, but I think that the meaning is correct. So I think we're really, really close.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've also included the language cleanups that you had in your packet that you sent me into the red line as well.
Great. Now, I think Commissioner Downing might disagree with me, but I'm not really sure.
Well, yeah, I just stated my concerns, Commissioner Zito. But I respect the process, and to read from my notes, Commissioner Menser, let's go in 2022 together. Can't bring in new commissioners until 2023. Anyway, Gary Edwards, afraid that the port might lose. Best if we go to the voters together. Commissioner Edwards, all 6 commissioners in agreement, sends a message of intent. And Downing needs a 3-0 vote. Sometimes votes need to be unanimous. And Ty Menser, absolutely almost certain that we will get to 300,000 in April of 2022. So just a few of the comments. And so I'd really like it if the resolution of intent could actually say what the intent is in a little bit more of a step-by-step process, because respectfully, Felicia, whereases are nice, but the now therefore is the action section, in my opinion. So. Okay, well, if there's any public left, we can turn to public comment on advisory calendar. And Ms. Wolfsburg, Jeff, and Mr. Patton, do you have any public comment at this time on any of the 4 advisory calendars? The public hearing on the draft operating budget, the lot memo of understanding, the Port Computing Incorporated contract extension, or the joint resolution to collaborate with Thurston County on increase of commissioners. Okay, hearing none, last call for public comment. Move on to, oh, got one. Ms. Wolfsberg, would you like to give comment?
Yes, hi, Carla Wolfsberg, 709 North 7th Avenue Southwest, Tumwater, 98512. And I would just like to underscore Mr. John Cezanne's comments to you about the port terminal. This is a budget-related comment, that the port terminal continues to drain resources and its depreciation is real, and that shipping is not productive, and that I also recommend that the commissioners reject the capital budget and redirect investment into other areas that really are a public good, that give something back to the public. The port terminal doesn't give anything back to us. So I would highly recommend you reject that budget and go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfsberg. Okay, commission response to public comment. Is there any commission response?
Go ahead, Commissioner Zeta.
Ms. Wolfsberg, thank you for sticking with us to the bitter end. This has been a really long meeting, and thank you for your thoughtful public comments. You're right, the marine terminal has the biggest losses, and our marine terminal director has been working so hard to turn it around, but we're just in a difficult spot at the south of Puget Sound we already have sedimentation issues, we have contamination issues, and the Vision 2050 response that we got from the public indicated that the public would really like to have waterfront access for recreation instead of marine terminal shipping. It takes 2 out of 3 commissioners to make that happen. It's not going to happen now, and I kind of doubt it's going to happen in the next few years, but that's what the numbers tell us, and that's what the public tell us. So maybe someday we'll turn that around.
Well, I'm going to provide public comment that I disagree totally with what Ms. Wolfsberg has said.
I'm almost done.
It does impact a lot of people. It does impact a lot of jobs. Those sometimes aren't considered in the overall picture. We are going to have a economic benefit study here completed shortly, I hope. I think it's supposed to be due in November. That'll give us a report card on how well each of the business units that the port has is doing in regard to how many jobs are employed, how many induced and direct jobs and indirect jobs. And I think that you'll be surprised to know that, the people that are working on the marine terminal are making very good money, more than just family wage. And when you look at what Weyerhaeuser has down there every day working, what we have down there, there's 2 ships alongside the dock today working. We didn't have enough gangs to fill both ships. So, there's that component. There's the truck drivers that are bringing in the goods. There's the truck drivers that are picking up the Costco rice out of the warehouse Mondays and Wednesdays. There's a lot of activity you don't see just by standing on the tower and watching, but there's a lot of good family wage jobs being had down there, and you can't kick that. So I'm going to disagree with you on that.
Well, I couldn't put it any more eloquently than Commissioner McGregor. They're not making any new ports, Carla, and it'd be hard to give this one up. This one does create a lot of economic benefit to the community. And one of the toughest jobs at the Port of Olympia is being the Marine Terminal Director, because he has to bear the brunt of some of the conversations about making that terminal as just as effective and productive as can be. And he's done a great job. And so I think you're really seeing a change in the situation down at the marine terminal. But it's a wonderful asset that this community has. And I'm so excited that really the Port of Olympia was created around that marine terminal. And we're about to celebrate that 100 years of growth of that. So thank you. Okay, commissioner reports. We're almost done tonight. Can't hear you, Commissioner McGregor.
Due to the lateness of the night, I don't have anything to report at this point.
Commissioner Zeta?
I do have a couple things to report. Let's see. Thurston Regional Planning Council presented on its work program and the two big legislative priorities. You know that Thurston Regional Planning Council identifies the big legislative priorities for our region every year. And this year they're focusing on just two, transportation and broadband. And those are both priorities of the port. Broadband, of course, we've signed the MOU with the Nisqually tribe and the county. And transportation, the main thing is I-5 to Mounts Road. Last year, the state gave us $5 million for a NEPA review of strategies to reduce congestion and improve salmon habitat and reduce flood risk. And there's a lot more work to do, so we're really focusing on that. And hopefully we can get federal funding for both our transportation priorities and the broadband, now that the federal administration has this big infrastructure budget. The second thing that I need to report on is Capitol Lake Deschutes Estuary. I got a briefing last week and this morning, and we're moving into the next phase of trying to solve the Capitol Lake program. And that means there's work for all three of us commissioners to do this month. I don't know whether staff has sent you the ranking sheet for the preferred alternatives, but DES needs us all to fill out that ranking sheet, indicate the acceptability of each of those alternatives, lake, estuary, or hybrid, and give our reasons why. The DES and Floyd Snyder staff are available to consult with you, Commissioner Downing, and you, Commissioner McGregor, individually in the next couple of weeks, if you would like. And they want our responses in the first half of December. The deadline was December 10th. They've extended out to December 17th. They're on a quick timeline. They want to finish the final EIS by the middle of next year. The executive work group and the other work groups have confirmed that the top priorities continue to be, first of all, the original project goals, which you'll remember are improved water quality, improved ecological function, sediment management, which is a big deal for the port, and enhanced community use of the resource. People want to swim and boat and fish, and they can't now. And then there are 5 other priorities that were identified in the phase 2 process, which you will see in the documents that are provided to you. So we've got some work to do. Look at those 3 alternatives and rank them. We can do this individually. We don't have to do it as a group. It sounds like the county commission will be doing it individually as well, not as a whole commission. And DES is there to help us. So take a look at the forms that were sent to you, and I'm sure that Executive Director Gibney can help you connect with the DES Floyd Snyder staff to consult with them as you work on that. If you have any questions now, I'd be happy to address them. Commissioner McGregor?
It was my understanding that this matrix that that I've seen is that they would prefer that the entity provide a uniform opinion, not individual, but it would have more strength if such as the port or as the county would have their board talk about it and come up with a uniform opinion rather than individual. So that's what I got out of what I heard today.
Well, we can certainly try that. I don't know whether we can or not, but we can certainly try that. And to that end, I would recommend that we schedule this for discussion at the next work section. Would you like to do that?
I'll leave that up to Commissioner Downing, but I think we have to get busy on it.
We absolutely have to get busy on it, either jointly or individually.
Once again, we don't direct work session items specifically for specific meetings. However, Sam, I'm sure, is in receipt of those materials and knows of the deadline and so on and so forth. I will also support the idea of a unified voice from the Port of Olympia, and unified means 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 3 commissioners have a meeting of the minds on a particular topic, and that is the voice of the Port Commission. And I strongly publicly would request that individual commissioners, if the Port Commission creates a direction, that they don't try to undermine that by sending their own letter to DES. Finally, I'd like to ask you a question, Commissioner Zeta. Why in the world, after spending $6 million on the DES study, the EIS of Capitol Lake, the Chutes Estuary, are they asking people's opinion? Why don't they just do the scientific work and issue their findings and let the chips fall? I really don't, I'm curious.
That's a rather hostile question, Commissioner Downing. In fact, they have done the science and they continue to do the science. But one of the criteria for making the decision between the preferred alternative is decision durability. And that means acceptability of the decision to the community. And to that end, they would prefer to have the input from all 3 commissioners rather than one decision from a divided commission.
Well, in the interest of the lateness of the hour, I don't have any report. Next, we move to other business. Is there any other business to discuss?
Yes, we do have other business to discuss. One is something that I brought up 2 weeks ago. All commissioners received a letter regarding the Shell station lease. And I suggested that we discuss it now, since this is time sensitive. The executive director suggested instead that we discuss it in executive session. That discussion has yet to be scheduled. So this is unfinished business that needs to be addressed. And let's see. The other one is, as you know, we've received lots of public comment from people encouraging us to follow up with the FAA on a waiver request to change the Oyo Hotel into affordable senior housing. To my knowledge, we haven't done anything on that yet, and that is unfinished business. So we need to do something about those 2 things.
Let's see. Thank you, Commissioner Zeta, for those. I just comment on those 2 things you mentioned. I think both are extremely important. I think whenever a lessee sends a letter to Port Commissioners, we're duty bound to get involved to some degree. So I think that I would ask Executive Director Gibney to figure out the appropriate format to get together with the commissioners and Alan to discuss why we got that letter from the Shell station operator and a little bit more detail about his methodology and thinking about transferring that lease to a new lessee. Then on the second item, I'm sorry, what was the second item, Commissioner Zeta?
FAA waiver for the oil.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
To become
I think
affordable senior housing.
Also, again, we don't legislate and we don't direct the executive director as to exactly when things get brought forward, but that's another somewhat urgent item. And let's face it, guys and gals, the assignments are stacking up in the last 2 months of the year here, but we did hear a lot from the public about the FAA and what we might be able to do. So I'd like to get a presentation on that from Rudy.
Well, we got a presentation from Rudy that basically said we're not likely to get an FAA waiver, but there are community partners who can help us move forward with that. And so our next step is to reach out to our community partners and try and get some positive motion instead of just saying, no, I don't think so.
I think the next step, for me, the next step is there's an application, and for Rudy to say, how do we complete this application and how do we apply for this waiver from the FAA? You're shaking your head no, Sam. Do you want to have a comment?
If I might, and I think Mr. Rudolph is also still on the line. To be clear, there is not a waiver application. What the FAA has indicated that should the Port Commission choose to surplus this property, there would be a process to go through to demonstrate that it meets all the criteria for the previous grant obligations, such as indicating that you no longer need the property, that the financial outcome for the airport will be at least equivalent or if not greater by selling the property, et cetera. So there is not a waiver process. There is a process that you could potentially go through in order to surplus that property. What the other complicating factor is here is that we actually have a lessee that is in the process of selling the property, and so it is. I will again strongly advise that it is or that is inadvisable for us to interfere with her process in selling the property. So if Mr. Rudolph wants to jump in of anything, if he's still in here, but there is not a waiver, there is not an application process. There is an argument that we can make that if we wish to surplus the property, the standards are quite high, and we also have a potential interference with the business dealings of our lessee that we need to be concerned about.
I think that the statement about our lessee's position is inaccurate, and I strongly encourage port staff to contact the lessee.
They've done that as of last Friday and been in contact, and so with the representing broker.
I have different information, so I think we all need to sit down and talk about this, because there's this could be a big missed opportunity.
Is it executive session material? Alicia?
Commissioner McGregor, I looked at that today, and it's executive session material in the event that there is an action before the Port Commission that requires legal advice or legal counsel. At this time, there is not.
Okay. So if we have discussion in open session, are we liable for tortious interference, which has come up before on some items that have happened in the past in this county?
Potentially, given the fact that there is a lease negotiations happening right now, and we are aware of them, we could potentially be interfering with those negotiations. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what do you recommend, Ms. Brown?
I recommend that the exact questions that a commissioner has, that they're directed to either myself or the executive director, and they can then be ferreted out from there to the appropriate person on staff. And then if there is a legal element, we can go from there.
Well, the question is, how might we able to move forward on this?
Well, I think Commissioner Zita, I've reviewed the current lease, and some of the things that I've heard, I don't have any corroboration. For instance, I've heard that there's an urgent matter. I don't know what's urgent other than there are questions. I don't even know what those questions are. So I think narrowing down what is happening and what is the topic and what commissioners need additional information about will aid us in helping the commission get a better understanding.
From my perspective, what we need to do is to answer the questions put to us by the FAA.
It's an extensive
I think
piece
staff
of
just
work.
said,
to
Go ahead.
accomplish what if the commission would wish us to proceed, and if we are able to do so without having third-party interference with our lessee, then I would suggest that we develop a scope of work. I would imagine that it's going to run into the tens of thousands, if not more, to prepare all the material that the FAA would need to even consider the request.
Well, considering that we had budgeted $150,000 to celebrate the port, spending a few tens of thousands on possibly providing permanent shelter for indigent seniors is a small ask.
Well, we've chopped at the budget, Commissioner. Now you want to go back and put more back in? I mean, that's what you're saying. That we did start out high and we've trimmed it down. So I think
I'm saying a
Excuse me?
couple. I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying,
I had
what
the
are our
floor.
priorities?
I
Commissioner
had the
Zeta,
floor.
McGregor's got the floor.
Thank
Thanks.
you. I don't like to be interrupted any more than anybody else. So I just think that we have a budget that's ready to move. Doing something with that hotel at this point seems to be not in the best interest of perhaps the seller. If there is something going on there, we need to let that happen and play out. If it doesn't play out, then that's a different story. But for right now, we need to keep our nose out of it.
We don't know what's in the best interest of the seller, and the executive director is throwing up a little potential financial roadblock that is peanuts compared to the other sums we're throwing around in our budget. If we're going to let that stop us from considering a possibility of housing indigent seniors with an underutilized, underperforming asset, I would really have to question our priorities.
Question them then, I guess. That's all I can tell you. It's late, the hour's late. We've had enough discussion and I'm ready to do something else.
I ask that the commission schedule a discussion of this matter and see how to move forward. Is anyone else interested in doing that?
I'll leave it up to Commissioner Downing as the chair to schedule it if he so desires.
No, I don't care to pursue it. Let's just kick it out to next year and see what happens. I mean, this port, I mean, don't get me started on how much this port pays for legal fees. I mean, we get sued left and right. We pay employees when they leave, and we're paying Honduras $400,000 a year, really, and that's not even comprehensive. So don't get me started. So when our own legal counsel says, and our executive director says, you be going into tortious interference, that gets my attention. So my position is to punt this to the next port commission and see what happens and see if Chemy, I don't know her last name, but see if she sells it, or has further correspondence with us. So.
Well, the majority of port leadership has made your stance clear. You're not interested in pursuing a conversation or options for converting the Oyo Hotel into senior housing. That's understood.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeta, for putting words in my mouth, and Commissioner McGregor. So next we have meeting announcements. And upcoming meetings, we have a commission work session, November 15th at 2:30 p.m. Is that correct? November 15th? Yeah, it is. Okay. And then November 22nd at 5:30 p.m. commission meeting, December 6th, commission work session. So those are upcoming meetings for the benefit of the public. At this point, I want to thank my fellow commissioners and staff for participating in this marathon session tonight. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you and good night.